Introduce yourselves at the beginning or anything?
Okay, well, we're going to get started at 4 o'clock. We're going to run from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock tonight. The first session went very well. It was really great perspectives and knowledge of the And there's some ground rules, but I want to first talk a little bit before I go to the narrative about the restrooms, straight back to the colors. You know, the water fountain's there. You can go back out that door. And this is the spectators, folks, and over here are the speakers. So what I like to do is I like to introduce the table, and then the crew will start speaking.
There is actively an echo.
Oh, there's an echo? I'm sorry.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to
Heard something.
Apologize, let me stop.
It's not you, it's something else. Just give me 1 second, please. There's someone in the room signed into WebEx.
Please don't sign into WebEx, just listen here. If you want to sign into WebEx, go to the next room. And we have a friend. That's kind of confusing. That's broadcasting what you're doing. That's all good. You're welcome. Destiny?
Don't take this look at your angle. I'm as good at this as you. Oh, there was Lois. Just in case I'm the one stepping out. You know what I mean?
Test, test,
Okay, try again.
test, test, test.
That sounds better.
Sounds good. Sounds very echo.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm very sorry about that.
The problem was you needed a kernel.
You get a little higher power with it, it's all good.
So let me kind of start over again. So sorry about that. So the bathrooms are out there, you kind of know that. Water fountains are out there. If you're a speaker, we'd like to sit over here and or eventually get in line as you see your numbers come up. Of course, these are all spectators, so I appreciate my choir show up, and this is great. So I'm going to introduce the table, and then the colonel's going to speak, and then I'll come back and speak. So we have at the table Colonel Swenson, who's the commander of the St. Paul District of the Corps of Engineers. And then we have Chad, sorry, he is the chief of the regulatory division for the district. And then we have John Carroll, who is the counsel of the division. Colonel?
Good afternoon. My name is Colonel Eric Swenson, and I'm the commander of the Army Corps of Engineers, St. Paul District, and I'm the presiding officer for today's public hearing. It is important to me that we hold this hearing near the proposed project site. And to do that today here in Ashland, we owe a huge thank you to our hosting facility, Northwood Technical College, and the college staff for accommodating this hearing and all of us today. Enbridge Energy has requested the Corps grant a permit to discharge dredge and fill material in waters of the United States and install pipeline under the White River, a navigable water of the United States. This work would facilitate the construction of Enbridge's proposed Line 5 Wisconsin segment relocation project. The Corps is evaluating Enbridge's application pursuant to Section 404 of the Clean Water Act and Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899. The Corps does not have authority over the overall construction or operation of pipelines or any substance being transported within a pipeline. The purpose of today's hearing is to gather information to support a comprehensive, objective, and balanced decision on the permit application pursuant to our authorities. My role today is to listen to your feedback. I appreciate that you may have questions for the Corps today. However, during today's hearing, my staff and I will not be able to respond to questions or comments. Please understand that the comment is just as important to me when provided in writing as it is in person. Due to time limitations, each selected speaker will be allotted 3 minutes, and all those wishing to provide verbal comments during the hearing may not be allocated time. For these reasons, I have team members available on site today to accept your written comments through 8 p.m., and we are also accepting written comments provided via U.S. mail or email through the end of the day, July 5th, 2024. All comments, verbal and written, will be considered as part of the Corps' decision. I ask that each speaker provide their comments independently and that each speaker is afforded the opportunity to share their views without interruptions. With me today are members of my regulatory team, Office of Counsel, Public Affairs, Information Technology staff, and the St. Paul District's security team. Today's hearing will be recorded and posted on our Line 5 webpage for public viewing. Additionally, we have court reporters here to transcribe all verbal comments. The transcript will be made part of the court's administrative record. We will take short breaks approximately each hour, which may be called by our moderator. During the breaks, we will not be accepting or transcribing comments. Additional information regarding the core process and alternative methods to provide comments are available for my team members outside this auditorium. Finally, thank you to all attendees with me here today. I am heartened to see such interest from the public. Now please give your attention to Bob for more detail on today's hearing.
Thank you, Colonel. Before we call the first speaker today, I'm going to review some of the basic information rules and expectations of this hearing. We are now beginning the second and final session of today's hearing, which will continue until 8 p.m. Speakers for this session have been selected in a random lottery. Selected speakers must register at the sign-in table of this room, outside this room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. To start, when the screen, you see over here, turns green and they start speaking, the display will turn yellow when each speaker is down to 2 minutes and red during the final minute. The timer will shift to black at the end of the 3 minutes allotted time. To optimize the number of speakers, we alternate speakers from each podium. Room attendees will be assisting with bringing speakers to the queue. The order of speakers is displayed here. See on the board over there. And we ask that persons with the 6 tickets following the current speaker line up over here on the right, you see, and form to the right of the queue. Speakers who are not available when their opportunity to speak occurs will forfeit their opportunity. Speakers may not yield time to another person. When called to speak, it is imperative that you speak clearly and at a pace reasonable for our court reporter to track your comments. Please begin by starting your name and spelling it for the reporter. Again, all verbal comments received today will be recorded and made part of the court record. As such, please refrain from sharing any information that you do not wish to be made public, meaning personal confidential. All attendees are welcome to quietly join or exit the room as capacity limits allow. Please respect each speaker's opportunity to comment and refrain from any disruptive behavior. Should disruption occur, the presiding officer may pause or adjourn the meeting. We will offer a 5-minute break at 5 p.m. and a 15-minute break at 6 p.m. and another 5-minute break at near 7 p.m. The presiding officer will adjourn the meeting, so adjourn the hearing at approximately 8 p.m. after affording the current speaker their last full 3 minutes as needed. For those persons who do not give verbal comment this day, including anyone in the speaker queue that we don't get to hear before 8 p.m., you are welcome to provide written comments to the court today or via email or via regular U.S. mail. Additional information on comment methods and the court's review are available online. Please see your court team member for a printed copy of today's rules and additional information. So I'm going to call up the first speaker, and then we're going to go to the queue out there. So the first speaker is Representative Salpik. Would you stand his name?
Hi everyone, my name is Representative Angie Sapik, A-N-G-I-E-S-A-P-I-K. First of all, I want to commend you all for being here. I know that this is a very heated debate, and it's been going on for a long time. And whether you're on one side or the other, the fact that there's such a big turnout shows that you all care about your community, and I think that's very, very commendable. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. I'm here to emphasize the critical role that Line 5 plays in our energy infrastructure. It fuels our transportation, heats our homes, powers our schools, and it drives our businesses. Line 5 is crucial to America, not just this region. Once constructed, it's the best way to manage crude oil transportation with minimal risk to environment. It prevents damage to highways, it's safe for the environment, post-construction is aesthetically pleasing, and it's incredibly efficient. As someone who also works in logistics, let me tell you, to haul this on trucks or any other manner would be entirely inappropriate. A major propane supplier has also warned that if Line 5 were to shut down, it would close its 3 propane refineries in our region, including one in my city of Superior. While some may argue that the oil being moved through this region doesn't affect our gas prices, it does affect our employment rates, and one of my top priorities as a legislator is making sure that there's ample opportunity for gainful, meaningful employment in my district. The shutting down of Line 5 would create a supply shortage that we have not seen in decades, and it would have direct impact on those men and women who are employed by local refineries. Enbridge has been thorough in their assessments. They carefully selected a relocation route that avoids sensitive areas, and all landowners along the route have agreed to host the line. Enbridge's commitment has gone beyond regulatory requirements, and they have exceeded standards for cultural resources, water quality, groundwater interactions, and erosion risks.
1 minute.
This reconstruction is slated as a $450 million reroute, and that is an amazing feat to be able to engineer such a thing, to appease as many people as they can in one region. It's important to recognize Line 5's significance and the rights and regulations of everyone involved. Line 5 is more than just a pipeline. It's a lifeblood for many citizens in our state, and we can safeguard energy security, economic prosperity, and environmental stewardship. And although we have many conversations left on the table, I feel that we can really do it together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am Sister Georgia Christensen, Georgia, Christensen. I'm a Franciscan sister of Perpetual Adoration. Our headquarters is in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and I'm happy to be here today with a number of sisters from my community and colleagues. And I am here to deliver a letter to the Army Corps of Engineers, and I decided to do it personally rather than in mail. I'm doing it on behalf of our community, which, as I said, is based in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and we minister globally. Dear U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Franciscan Sisters of Perpetual Adoration is a community of Catholic sisters committed to environmental justice. The Line 5 pipeline threatens tribal and treaty rights in the ceded territory, the Great Lakes, and the climate. The pipeline, which is long past its lifespan, is currently pumping oil under expired permits. Despite the Bad River ban of Lake Superior Chippewa's request that Enbridge remove Line 5 and not put a pipeline in the Bad River watershed. Enbridge's segment relocation project, is within the watershed, and a risk to the treasured ecosystem still remains. If a rupture were to occur on the current or proposed Line 5, it would be devastating. All of the waterways in the area flow to Lake Superior and are critical for the water-rich area, especially with the importance of the wild rice in the area.
1 minute.
The local economy, which relies on tourism, would also be negatively impacted by this bill. Additionally, as clearly articulated by Governor Evers' Task Force on Climate Change report, we need to be moving away from fossil fuel infrastructure, not investing in new infrastructure. Please work to ensure that the Line 5 pipeline is decommissioned and removed, not expanded. We stand united in opposition to Enbridge's proposed Line 5 oil pipeline. The pipelines impact our economy, natural resources, public health, and its violation of Indigenous rights are unacceptable. Residents of the Great Lakes should not be forced to assume such risk of a project that is economically unviable in the
And I
long
need to cut you
term
off, you have to finish.
and serves no clear public purpose. We call on Governor Evers and our state
And I need to
agencies
cut you off.
as well as you
Sorry,
to oppose line 5 because of its prices.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Sir.
Hello, I'm Isaac Drangsted, ISAKDRANGSTVEIT. I just graduated from Wanakee High School 2 days ago. I grew up in the Northwoods though, at my family's lumber farm. There I learned about the vital importance of our land, air, and especially water in Wisconsin. The small town of Crandon, in which our farm is located, still heavily relies on natural resource labor, such as logging, farming, and other forms of agriculture. All of these livelihoods, and thus mine, rely on clean air, clean land, and clean water. Line 5, although well disguised, threatens all of this. I don't need to spend my 3 minutes explaining what this decrepit pipeline is. I think you spent your time understanding its threat. I'm here, losing a paycheck that could go to my upcoming college education because we aren't doing the right thing. I want to thank you first, though, for serving our nation as a line of defense to our environment. I'm afraid, though, that the oil companies such as Enbridge have poked a hole in this defense. It's your job, it's your promise that you protect us from poisoned water and land. A 70-year-old pipeline near the largest bodies of fresh water in the world, that's 20 years past its expected lifetime, is an inherent risk to myself, my career, my family, and that of my peers. We are a generation inheriting a world on fire. Line 5 stokes it, millions of gallons a day. A full environmental impact statement must be done to show this danger. That's the bare minimum to keep your promise, not an environmental assessment. Not an inch of Line 5 is in the interest of the public, the climate, or our water. The Corps must evaluate how the construction and continued operation of Line 5 would harm natural resources, threaten public health, and destabilize the climate. Even as a teenager, I understand the impacts on the ecosystems if there were to be a spill. On top of the over 30 others in this land's history, it would be extremely disastrous and permanent. The EPA themselves agree that the reroute would have substantial and unacceptable impacts. These impacts have not been fully reviewed in the Corps' analysis. The current analysis has not specifically reviewed the 8 sites where in-stream blasting take place. There's still time to do so with a full analysis. And I'd just like to add that I know that you're doing your job and thank you for your service, but this definitely impacts my future and that of my peers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I am Marsha Olson, MARCIA. When I was 16 months old, I had to immigrate from China due to poor water quality, which led to famine. And I have had the privilege to be able to live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, along the Great Lakes. And the Great Lakes are so important to me because we have access to clean water and it creates our community. The Great Lakes are so important for our economic status and our growth. The Great Lakes bring money to our community, trade, tourists, and aesthetics. The Great Lakes host very important community events that also impact our community, such as large events like Summerfest along the Great Lakes. And if there was to be an oil spill, all of that would be gone. And it wouldn't just affect our community and our money, it would also affect our nearby waterways, such as the Milwaukee, Kismakinnick, and Menominee, which our leaders in our community have been working so hard to be able to clean and improve, to be able to be swimmable one day. And it's also very important for our trades. If there was to be an oil spill, it would also affect our local trades and blue-collar jobs because we're so reliant on the Great Lakes and water to be able to live and just be alive.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jeriel Ramos, Jariel, a newly graduated student from Pius High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Potawatomi, Ho-Chunk, and Menominee homeland, and I thank you for this time. I'm here because I strongly disapprove of the Line 5 pipeline. As a young person, I implore the Army Corps to please take into full account the worry that us young people share towards Line 5 by extensively completing a full environmental impact statement before permitting this project. Allowing the Line 5 oil pipeline to exist instills a deep sense of fear and uncertainty in young people who see their future threatened by the relentless pursuit of profit over the planet's health. They dread inheriting a world scarred by environmental degradation, feeling powerless as decisions made today compromise their chance for a sustainable and livable tomorrow. I'm here to amplify the voices of young Wisconsin youth who are scared, angry, and disappointed, and I simply can't fathom how we're in the year 2024 and we're still hesitant to not protect not only the environment, but native land. As a Puerto Rican with indigenous roots, I recognize the pain that my Native American brothers and sisters face time and time again. The voice of an indigenous person should simply be enough concerning any conversation relating to their land. This isn't the 1600s or the 1700s, 1800s, this is 2024, and we are the occupiers here, which means the Bad River Band has the right to what and what not exists in their land, and we absolutely must respect that. So again, as a young person, I implore that the Army Corps of Engineers extensively completes a full environmental impact statement before permitting this project. You're all human beings. Please embrace your humanness. Some of y'all might not be here in another 40 years, but I will be, God willing. And Line 5 is not crucial to America, but clean water, land, and human lives are. And I promise to stay in this fight until it's a thing of the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Ryle, M-A-R-K-R-E-I-H-L. And I'm the community ambassador working in the southern Wisconsin counties that Line 6, Enbridge Line 6, crosses on its way into Illinois. I strongly support Line 5, the Line 5 relocation project. As we've heard earlier today, Line 5 is clearly necessary for the energy security and economic security of thousands of Michigan and Wisconsin residents. I'm also going to mention, like others, I am a propane user. I am concerned that with the shutdown of Line 5, that propane will go to astronomical heights, and it will cause a lot of economic issues across the state of Wisconsin. I also support it because I'm convinced that Line 5 can be reconstructed safely and that will not threaten the pristine waters of and natural resources of northern Wisconsin. And I'm confident because when I came to work for Enbridge, I was quickly introduced to all of the safety protocols and procedures that they implement every single day. And they do it both to protect employees and the environment. I also want to say before coming to work for Enbridge, I worked in the Wisconsin building trades, and I saw firsthand all the apprenticeship and training centers across this state, state-of-the-art training centers, and the kind of training that they provide. And they produce the best craftsmen and women in the world. And so I am confident that those professionals are going to do the job and do it right. Finally, just looking at my own experience in southern Wisconsin, I see how Enbridge partners with local communities in southern Wisconsin to improve life for the residents of those communities. They strive to be a good corporate citizen. They support local community events, including grants to a number of food pantries, which makes a difference for a lot of people in need. And I will end with that. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I strongly urge you to permit this project.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Zimmerman, M-A-R-K-Z-I-M-M-E-R-M-A-N. I am a Wisconsin resident with extensive construction industry experience, including working on numerous pipelines projects similar to the Line 5 relocation in regards to size, crossing lengths, and geological conditions. After reviewing the Line 5 relocation project, it is my belief that the Army Corps of Engineers should approve the necessary permits and move forward with this project. While my construction career started in 1997, it started as a corrosion tech, keeping pipelines from rusting, corroding, and protecting them. I learned a lot along that way, and eventually evolved into doing HDDs throughout North America, including all 50 states. It is my opinion that the Line 5 relocation proposal's design, route, and construction techniques do everything possible to minimize environmental impact. Additionally, by selecting Michael's, both Michael's pipeline and Michael's trenchless, this project will be done to spec in a timely fashion and while following the highest standards. They are not only a reputable Wisconsin company, they are known for successfully completing safely and environmentally soundly the world's most challenging projects. Beyond my professional view of this project, I would like to state that I personally believe that the Line 5 relocation project is a net positive for our state and the region. In regards to the project bringing jobs, direct spending that will help with subcontractors, workers, the local area, secondary economic stimulus to the general area as far as goods, services, for everything that's needed throughout the construction phase. The continued supply of crude oil and natural gas that our entire region needs and depends on. Both professionally and personally, I believe this project must move forward, so I strongly urge the Army Corps to approve the necessary permits Enbridge needs to begin and safely complete Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Riley Clare, R-I-L-E-Y-C-L-A-R-D. There is no I in my last name, it's a mistake people took to me. I have lived in the Schwamigan Bay for 8 out of the last 10 years. I came to college in 2013, fell deeply in love, and the only reason I moved away was to make sure that I would be able to, I just didn't want to be stuck here because I was scared to leave, so I got over the fear and came back. I think there's a few specific things that I just want to touch on. I think it's incredibly important to do a full environmental impact statement after the state has finished their EIS and consulted with the Bad River. Also, for this environmental assessment, since it's already in process, if we could have a longer period for comments, just so that people can analyze it and we can have a greater diversity and quality of public input. It is the grind season up here, as somebody who has extensive experience with farming, customer service, and also as a EMT. Everybody is busy and dehydrated, and they're not checking their emails, and they're very invested in these things, but we are already in the thick of it. We need more time for everybody to take the time to thoughtfully look through everything and offer the input that you are asking for. I also just wanted to touch on a few other things that people said in the earlier sessions. Santi Goiki's comment about why the Bad River isn't considered to be a navigable waterway. I hadn't thought of that. That seems like a really, really big deal if that's possibly part of your jurisdiction. I don't know the guy's name, but whoever was in the orange shirt talking about how the White River would only be like the only navigable water body that you all are thinking about, and that leaves so many other water crossings that aren't being regulated at all. That really scares me. The big things that I wanted to personally talk about are, in the decade that I have lived here, I have seen 2 massive storms that have greatly changed the hydrology of our area and have made the proposed reroute so important. Thank you. Every time it rains, I go out and I pray because I don't know if that pipeline is going to stay. We do not know what is coming. The weather is getting more volatile. I have friends who are one of my friends just got a PhD looking at modeling with paleogeology. We do not know what the weather is going to do. It is impossible to predict. We need to slow down. If we have a spill, we do not have the emergency infrastructure available in the entire region. I was a volunteer EMT for 18 months on Madeline Islands. I could hear all of the Ashland County dispatch calls. We're strapped. We do not have the resources right now for any type of spill at all, or anything during the construction phase, during a decommission phase, or we don't have the infrastructure necessary. Our emergency services do not. I hope that you all consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Next
My name is Xanthe Salmon, Xanthe Salman. I'm 17 and I just graduated from high school. I'm from Madison and I've been learning about the detrimental impacts of various pipelines and fighting their threats to our right to a clean and healthy environment in the future all my life. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers should do a full environmental impact statement and deny the permits for the Line 5 reroute. The current draft environmental assessment does not do a sufficient evaluation of the Line 5 reroute. On environmental justice, it argues that the reroute complies with Biden's Executive Order 12898. However, on missing and murdered Indigenous people, it states that the Enbridge solution is awareness and protection and prevention program with no assessment on the efficacy of this program nor the guarantee of protection of Indigenous people. A full environmental impact statement would allow for proper analysis of this program and consideration of Indigenous people's safety. Further, on the executive order, argues that the degree to which the cleared corridor needed for the reroute will affect subsistence is not definitively known, but will have no high disproportionate adverse effects. This is insufficient as it fails to consider how the tribe currently uses the land. What species are found in the corridor? How would the tribe replace their lost resources? By purchasing products is a drain on their economy and cultural burden. Thus, a full environmental impact statement is needed to consider these impacts and properly assess the executive order and deny the permit. On purpose and need, the environmental assessment assumes the project is economically viable and needed in the market. This is not a fair assumption. Shutting down Line 5 only increases gas at the pump by less than a cent and takes the market in the wrong direction for fossil fuel, in support of fossil fuels and against the necessary energy transition as fossil fuels become less profitable.
1 minute.
Thank you. The draft environmental assessment also argues that oil spill analysis is not under the typical U.S. Army Corps purview. However, Appendix B of NEPA argues that the Corps can exercise independent judgment to define the purpose of their assessment, and a spill which would seep into waters of the United States is under Army Corps purview, and thus the environmental assessment must address fully the effects on Lake Superior and protect us from any threat of a spill. Decommission Line 5. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permitting power has the power to protect my future as a young person and our right to a clean and healthy environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Button-Gotts, that's B-U-T-T-O-N-S. I'm a lifelong resident of the Great Lakes area. I'm also a registered sanitarian through the National Environmental Health Association. First, forgive me any of my elders that wanted to speak that I'm speaking before. Just a few things that I want to note. I've heard a few of the people that are for the permitting process talk about all the extensive training that Enbridge puts their people through, but we all know that these jobs are outsourced. Michael's Corporation is the one that actually does the dirty work. And having the privilege to watch Michael's in action, know that they like to get the job done fast, not safely. It was aquifer breach, frac outs all over Minnesota with a reroute. We've seen this already. We're repeating ourselves. I would implore you to reconsider. Don't be afraid. Enbridge has a 1977 treaty. It's our water. It's your guys' job to make sure that we have that for future generations. Second thing that I would like to note is the amount of people that have come out today. Thank you all so very much. Like I heard another young person say, I'm missing out on a paycheck for today. Money that I need to feed my family. But this is important because we need clean water for my family, for my children, for my grandchildren, for my grandchildren's children. They need water and so do yours. We cannot take the risk. We've heard that we want to get this Line 5 reroute done here in Bad River, and we want to abide by the tribe's wishes. The tribe's wishes are to keep the pipeline out of the watershed, not just some imaginary line on a map that says this is their area. That water doesn't know boundaries. The water crosses all over, and now Enbridge wants to cross 180 waterways. We can't take that risk. Please, I implore you to reconsider. Do not grant that permit. We do this for the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Mike Goodman, Michael, middle initial S, last name Goodman. I'm from the Madison area. I know it's been a long day, so rather than repeating the various arguments that we've heard proposed all day, I'm just going to leave a few personal observations. I don't get up to this part of the state that borders on Lake Superior very often, so it's always a great treat to come up here. Coming up, as soon as we crossed into the Lake Superior drainage basin, we crossed over the Bad River itself, as well as numerous other tributaries that flow into Lake Superior. And it was nice to see that they were all flowing clean and rapidly. And I feel that that's very reassured to see that, and we must take steps to see that those rivers keep flowing in that manner. I should indicate that I've been to the Kalamazoo River, the portion of it that was fouled several years ago by an oil spill, and I've seen there how the river and some of the tributary streams and lakes are still affected by that oil spill, which was a result of an Enbridge project. My opinion is that the track record of Enbridge is not too great as far as being able to avoid oil spills on pristine waterways. I'm just urging that fact be kept in mind, and that we do, I believe, owe it to the indigenous peoples and the other peoples of this area that we keep the streams that are flowing directly into Lake Superior clean and fast flowing, like I was able to observe this morning. Thank you very much.
Stop, just 1 minute.
Okay.
You want to continue? 1 minute.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Christopher LaForge, CHRISTLA. I'm an Interstate Renewable Energy Council certified master trainer in solar energy technology and energy storage. I am going to appeal to the Army Corps to deny permitting this project. I want to be clear on that. A lot of the issues around the discussion right now stand around the local damage that can happen, but I want to move into a bigger picture here, because oil pipelines are becoming stranded assets due to climate change and the global transition to a low carbon economy. Permitting this project will strand over $400 million that can be used now to build a sustainable energy future, a sustainable energy infrastructure. There's many reasons, but I'm going to list 5 very quickly. To meet the goal of limiting global warming to well below 1 degree Celsius, a large portion of the existing oil fuel reserves, including oil and natural gas, must remain unextracted and unburned. This renders oil pipelines obsolete before the end of their economic lifetime. That's the definition of a stranded asset. This is money that disappeared, that's lost from our economy. As policies number 2 and regulations aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions become more stringent, the demand for oil is declining sharply. This leads to lower oil prices, which we can see right now, making oil pipelines uneconomic to operate eventually, and that is economic stranding. Number 3. The shift towards renewable energy resources and electric vehicles is already reducing the demand for oil. This will lead to regulatory stranding for oil pipelines, including this project, as governments prioritize cleaner energy sources over fossil fuels. 4. Oil and gas companies will strand in the near future, the next 10 years, over $1.2 trillion worth of assets. Allowing these projects to go forward loses that money to our economy. Financial institutions and investors are increasingly recognizing the stranded asset risk associated with fossil fuel infrastructure, making it harder for companies to raise the money. In summary, the global effort to mitigate climate change is going to transition away from fossil fuels now. And this should lead these companies to shift. We have the opportunity to let our friends from Canada in Enbridge grow more renewable energy infrastructure. They own wind turbine farms in Canada now. Let's facilitate that rapid transition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Priscilla from Illinois Nation. I'm Super Water. I'm here to speak a little differently from environmental impact, which I am extremely grateful for everyone who has come here to advocate for more understanding and awareness and more deep diving into that. But I'm here to talk about the impact it has on people, the impacts that it has on Indigenous people. Man camps that come on every single pipeline that comes across any state, across Canada, across the US, any territory, it always brings violence to our communities. This is something that has been going on for generations and generations, and I speak for myself, my mother, and my grandmother, every time I do. And that's just the fallout. We have generations of fallout from any type of boom city, and that's what y'all bring. It's time to move these type of jobs and move them away from our reservations, move them away from our communities. Because what you do is bring violence. Even when you don't extract the resources and flood our waterways with poisons, you still flood our communities with violence. I'm sorry.
The clock's not working, ma'am. Keep
Sorry,
going.
getting it back up.
Okay.
So sorry to
Keep going.
interrupt you.
You're fine.
I also want to talk about how if you continue to push into other territories, that's exactly what you're doing. Even if you move away from the Bad River territory from the reservation, you're going to start encroaching on other people. And when you do that, you're going to put them in the same jeopardy. I'm barely learning my language, and I struggled to find something I was trying to say because I forgot part of it. I am a New Englander, or and these are also things you jeopardize when you push into these territories. With these violences, with people disappearing, murdering, being dumped in landfills, we lose the opportunity for next generations. These are things you gotta think about. It's not just the here and now, but 7 generations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'm sorry the clock doesn't work, so I have to do it here, okay? So please start.
I'll take you at your word. My name is Jim Spensikowski from Racine, born in Racine County in 1949. Lived the first 25 years of my life within 3 miles of our Great Lake, Lake Michigan. I currently live in Madison, about 400 feet from an inland lake, Lake Monona. I've spent a good deal of vacation time near Lake Superior, the quintessential up north getaway for countless Wisconsinites. I have an intense affection for the water that gives us life and livelihood. I thank the Sierra Club and other environmental organizations for alerting me to this so-called hearing. I'm hoping it's not a charade. In what world is it appropriate to make a decision on a fossil fuel pipeline when you give members of the general public only 15 days for verbal comment and another 30 to familiarize themselves with hundreds of images and pages of material? So I first ask that the deadline for comments be extended by 2 or 3 times. The proposed reroute of Line 5 is a slap in the face to the sovereign nation of the Bad River Band of Lake Superior and Chippewa. Removing the pipeline that illegally crosses their land only to reroute it by surrounding their sovereign territory on 3 sides is nothing short of disgraceful behavior. Shut down Line 5 and be done with it. My final comment has to do with who is competent in this day and age to analyze projects that might impact delicate environments, including the humans who depend on those environments. And my answer is certainly not the Army Corps of Engineers. ProPublica released a study on November 17th of this past year. The title of the study was 9 times the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers miscalculated badly at the expense of taxpayers and wildlife. One quote stood out for me from that study. It came from the United States Government Accountability Office. The Accountability Office said that the Corps' work was, quote, fraught with errors, mistakes, and miscalculations, and used invalid assumptions and outdated data. I submit to you that only authorities with a better track record than the Army Corps of Engineers should be producing the environmental impact statements and analyses that will respond to Enbridge Corporation's misguided and harmful requests.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sister Pauline Anstinas, I'm a Franciscan sister of Perpetual Adoration. PAULYNNINSTENS. I am a former science teacher, and I applaud the young people today because I think they are on the right track. Fossil fuels, especially oil, are known to pollute, both in the drilling of it, the using of it, and the environment that is affected by it. More and more scientists are calling for clean energy. The young kids said it, I'm saying it, and I'm an old person. So I think you really need to look at that. And this line 5 reinforces fossil fuel. I question why a foreign company would do an end run through Wisconsin to take their oil. Why aren't they taking the risk of transporting oil from Canada to Canada or through Canada? I see the risk of transporting or using line 5 as an environmental factor. Up here is the only place you can get the wild rice, which is a staple of the Native Americans here and is also the most nutritious rice on the planet. We lose it forever if any damage happens to that water source. The third reason, I have a big question, who's profiting from this? I know the workers need jobs, but there's also clean energy jobs to be had, and I hope you look for them. I'm dead set against the pipeline thing. I think we need to look at our environment, as the students said, and I think we need to be aware of the wishes of the environmental people along with the indigenous people. We need to be thinking long-term, not about us, not even about our children, but our children's children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you get started, so we're going to do a break in about 10-15 minutes, so probably the next 3 speakers, then we're going to stop and take a break. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Josh, J-O-S-H. I'm a union worker from Wisconsin. I think looking at it from the perspective of the Army Corps, you gotta look at it as this company has proven time and time again, they really don't care about who's in charge or who's telling them what to do. They're operating the pipeline illegally as we speak. Multiple violations, blatant disrespect of the law and law enforcement. I personally won't comment any further on that, but I just think it's ridiculous that we would entertain any proposal from them when we know that they'll do what they do in the past and are doing currently, just frankly evil things.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Adam Erickson, E-R-I-C-K-S-O-N. I'm from northern Wisconsin, longtime Enbridge employee and mechanical engineer. I've been working on the reroute since its inception. I helped out to route the pipeline, to help in various types of field surveys. The team I lead serves up the main geographic information system for the project. I've helped with landowner conversations, and I've been a part of many of the public-facing forums that Enbridge has had on the project. I wanted to speak today about the efforts that Enbridge has gone through to create this route. Creating a route that I think does a great job of avoiding just about as many features as possible, or working with landowners who are okay with having a pipeline on their property. We started with some simple goals: route around the reservation on lands with landowners amicable to the presence of a pipeline, while avoiding local, state, and federal lands where possible, minimizing the local environmental impacts wherever possible. A little about that process. We started with a few general corridors. While we wanted to minimize impacts and costs by minimizing the reroute length, we also didn't want to create a route that was directly adjacent to the reservation boundaries. And you think about that, think about some of the options as far as the routes that we considered. The longer the route, the more the impacts are going to be just by nature of length. So having a shorter route is inherently better to minimize impacts. The corridor that came to the top was avoid the reservation, parallel transmission. So the route that we came up with avoids the reservation, parallels the transmission line for the first few miles. Several agencies and generally people are happier when you route pipelines next to other utilities, so that's a good thing. We avoided the Copper Falls State Park and Schwamigan National Forest. The process consulted a number of different desktop data sets, including Wisconsin wetland inventories, land use, land cover data sets, aerial imagery, track boundaries, topography, to name a few. All to give us the best chances of starting with a constructible route that minimizes environmental impacts. We then started the iterative process of field surveys and landowner consultations. The process included the daily feedback loop in which landowners would be amicable along with the incoming results of those field surveys, be it tribal, cultural, traditional, archaeological, civil, threatened and endangered species surveys, or others. As the data and landowner stances would come in, we would adjust the route and construction tactics. In some cases, adjustments would be made to avoid non-agreeable landowners or to avoid areas of tracks landowners wanted to reserve for something such as a house.
Sure, I need to cut you off, sir. 3 minutes. Sorry. Oh. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Smith, and Jennifer S-M-I-T-H. I'm from Duluth, Minnesota, and I've worked with Enbridge for over 12 years, primarily in public affairs all across the Midwest and Great Lakes region. I want to say thank you to the Army Corps for hosting this event today and allowing folks to come in person and provide the comments. This is an important step in a very important process, and we do feel that this step is going to make the permits and the project even stronger. There have been a few comments that were mentioned today that I personally felt that that needed to be addressed. I've worked on both the Line 3 replacement project, Line 5 reload project, and many, many other projects in my time here at Enbridge. Regarding the Line 3 aquifer issues that were brought up, I wanted to make clear that folks knew that was not on the installation of the pipelines or on the HDDs. What caused the issues was the installation of trench boxes, driving sheet piling, so that we can create a safe work environment for the folks that were working on the project. Those same types of sheet piling and trench boxes are used on many different types of construction projects, not just on pipeline. With that, we did follow the regulations and the multiple permit conditions that we had during that project, including with the aquifers. The vast majority of the water that was discharged from the impacted sites was returned to the immediate environment. For the Line 5 Wisconsin relocation project, Enbridge, we did expanded geotechnical work and aquifer studies, and found the confined aquifer conditions in Minnesota that we encountered on Line 3 do not exist along this Line 5 relocation route, as is confirmed in the very thorough draft environmental assessment that was issued not too long ago. The other thing that I would say is that Adam talked a lot about the route. There was a lot of surveying that went on, cultural and historic, All of the cultural and tribal resources that were found through our surveys have been addressed, either through rerouting or workspace minimization. And then finally, I'll just close, water quality and post-construction monitoring plans have been developed and will be followed once the new line is in service. So thank you again for the opportunity to come and speak. Line 5 is critical infrastructure that's providing the energy for folks here in northern Wisconsin, as well as 5 states and 2 provinces in both countries. Enbridge pipelines have coexisted with wild rice for 70 years plus, and we've never impacted the wild rice or Lake Superior here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon, friends and relatives and Army Corps officials. My name is Patricia Hamill. I'm an attorney. This is not my day job, though. I work at legal aid defending people who are being foreclosed, though I did represent some landowners who sued Enbridge over their refusal to provide pollution insurance on Line 61. You should require a full environmental impact statement, take no action on Enbridge's application at this time. An EIS was required for Dakota Access, so get it right this time. Learn from your mistakes. The effects on wetlands, water quality, of permitting Enbridge to deposit fill, leak drilling fluid, pierce aquifers, and damage river streams and wetlands, as happened on Line 61 in Wisconsin, and Line 3 in Minnesota should not be permitted. The decision document assumes that the purpose, continued operation of Line 5 across Wisconsin and Michigan with the same level of oil and gas must be served. Less than 5% of the oil and gas liquid in Line 5 are siphoned off near Escanaba. None goes to Wisconsin. Maybe Line 5 could run from Canada to Canada through Canada. That would really limit effects on waters of the United States. Enbridge paid millions of dollars in fines, over $1 million to Wisconsin for waterway violations on Line 61, and tens of millions to Minnesota for piercing aquifers, and 28 for aqueducts while building Line 3. Judge Enbridge by their actions, not their promises. They consistently violate their own proposed practices. After Enbridge Line 6B ruptured in 2010, saturating 40 miles of the Kalamazoo River watershed, the National Transportation Safety Board found that there was a culture of deviance at Enbridge. Personnel did not follow procedures. Enbridge promises to minimize impacts, claims the wetlands they're filling in will naturally revert to their prior condition, or that they'll buy wetland credits in Douglas County, some of which don't appear to actually exist.
1 minute.
They claim that blasting the Bad River and its tributaries won't result in substantial and unacceptable impacts to the river and Picayune sloughs. That should not be believed. A decision on this project must be based on federal environmental laws and the water quality standards of the Bad River Tribe. It's not your job to help a Canadian oil shipper transport their product across the region in the cheapest way possible. Enbridge should bear the burden of a full environmental review. The draft environmental assessment ignores the connections between wetlands, streams, and rivers that feed Mashkabezi. These waterways are not a non-living environment. They are the human environment. Respect the water. I speak on behalf of the Tyler Forks River, of whom I'm very fond.
Thank you, man. Before the Colonel does the next announcement, I'm not sure if I understand. If you're anywhere in the building right now and you are supposed to be a speaker, please come to the speaker's room so we can line people up. It's kind of late and kind of getting word here. Colonel?
Okay, thank you. Up next, we'll take a 5-minute break, and we will resume at 5:08. 5-minute break is concluded and the hearing is now in session.
Okay, the mic is live. George Busse, B-O-R-G-E, B-U-S-S-E-Y. I'm here to speak for myself, but have background in Ashland County Supervisor for District 14, which is Ward 1 of Jingles and Ward 1 of White River, which would be the western ward of Jingles and the northern ward of White River. I also serve on the Ashland County Land and Water Conservation Committee. I reside on the White River on the northwest quadrant of the flowway above the dam. This is my statement. Regulations ought not be affected by the weather of the day, but will be affected by the climate of the era. Times change. 100 years ago, coal gasification in Ashland County was deemed a needed technology to light the streets of the city and to service the needs of homes and businesses. It is now an obsolete technology. And now, unforeseen when gasification began, our governmental and business entities have had to spend much of the past decade spending millions of dollars cleaning up the toxic environmental damage to Ashland waterfront and Ashwaubenon Bay. 70 years ago, our community thought it was a good idea to manufacture explosives at Barksdale on the Bayfield Peninsula. When the explosives plant closed, it left the water table polluted with carcinogens. This outcome and its consequences had been either ignored or unforeseen at the inception of the explosives production process. 50-odd years ago, a gas and oil products pipeline was constructed across the Pinocchio Range watershed of Lake Superior. Within the next 50 years from now, the technologies supported by this pipeline are almost certain to become obsolete and perhaps sooner. Alternative energy technologies are rapidly supplanting those utilizing oil and gas. It is thus incumbent upon us to plan for both the known and unforeseen consequences of leaving this watershed-spanning pipeline in place forever and/or the consequences of undertaking to remove it. The purpose of this statement is to remind the review panel to consider both the long-term known consequences of the proposed pipeline rerouting under the White River and to be aware that there will be most likely unforeseen future problems if the project is approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good time. Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Emily Park, and I am the co-executive director of 350 Wisconsin, the largest grassroots climate-focused organization in the state. I'm here from Madison, Wisconsin, and I want to extend my thanks to the committee for giving us this opportunity to speak about the dangerous Line 5 pipeline and its potentially disastrous reroute project. As you know, Enbridge's Line 5 pipeline has been found to be operating in trespass on the Bad River Band's territory, and they've been ordered to shut down by 2026. The reroute would take the pipeline directly south of the reservation, still within their watershed, and still threatening their culture and community. I have a degree in earth science and graduate work in hydrogeophysics, but I don't need years and years of formal education to know that nature does not follow humanity's geopolitical boundaries. Any spills along the reroute would still flow into the Bad River Band Reservation and from there into Lake Superior. That is how water works. This reroute would not be better for the band than the current pipeline route. Given these risks and the recent legal decision, the Army Corps needs to consider the Bad River Band v. Enbridge case in its consideration to the impacts of the proposed reroute. Just as this pipeline spill would impact all of the communities around the proposed reroute, the larger environmental and cultural impacts of Line 5 will negatively affect all Wisconsinites and every human and living creature that relies on the Great Lakes for water and life. About 34 million people live in the Great Lakes Basin, including about 8% of the United States population. And the Great Lakes represent over 90% of the United States' surface freshwater. We are privileged to have abundant water, and we benefit from this climate-stabilizing presence of the Great Lakes and the wetlands and other ecosystems that the lakes support. We have the critical responsibility to assess any and all potential threats to the lakes, including an obligation to thoroughly review the proposed reroute and evaluate how its construction and operation will harm natural resources, threaten the health of our communities, our economies, and our lives, and destabilize the climate. It is a violation of the rights of Indigenous communities, present and future generations, and the planet that Line 5 has continued to operate for as long as it has. But past wrongs don't obligate us to perpetuate these injustices. I urge the Army Corps of Engineers to be on the right side of history, to do the responsible, ethical, and just thing. Conduct a thorough, extensive, and honest environmental assessment of the proposed Line 5 pipeline reroute, including the short and long-term cultural and environmental threats it poses. I was lucky enough to be able to take today, a work day, to travel here to speak to you all the way from Madison. This is not a luxury that everyone has had. This pipeline poses an immediate and existential threat to everyone, so the Army Corps has the responsibility to get as much community engagement as possible. The current written comment period is far too short, only 15 days to review and evaluate hundreds of pages of material. This is not accessible for the vast majority of community members who will be impacted by this pipeline. Therefore, I am also urging the Army Corps to extend its comment period by at least 30 days to promote full public involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Rath, A-A-R-O-N, R-A-A-D. So, I've been an operating engineer since 1998. Coming out of high school, I got into trades. I was fortunate enough to start my career on a pipeline, working for a pipeline company. I was on a restoration crew at that time, and I got to see the value and the professionalism that a contractor, or as Enbridge has done in the past, and it kind of molded me for the future, what I've become as an operating engineer. Worked my way up. I am a representative of Local 139 now. So, as we all know, Enbridge Line 5 plays a vital role in delivering petroleum to our region that we need for everyday lives. We cannot rely on any other source of transportation to deliver petroleum as safely as what a pipeline can within 99%. Being an operating engineer since 1998 and been in the pipeline industry, I've seen firsthand the great measures of signatory pipeline contractors go through to build and install a safe, superior, and enduring pipeline system. Line 5 will be built by safe and the highest skilled Local 139 members that live right here in this state. These members have been trained by the best instructors with countless years of experience and knowledge in our training facility in Coloma, Wisconsin. On Local 139's very own 400-acre training site and facility. This facility is second to none in the United States. In addition to all of that, all our members have access to additional training facilities dedicated solely to the pipeline industry. The first, located in Crosby, Texas, where the training goes deeper into some aspects of the industry, such as pipeline ditching classes, waterway and wetland crossing, using horizontal drilling rigs, side boom classes, and deep into environmental topics and regulations.
1 minute, sir. I think your clock's broken. Sorry.
The second training facility is in Boston, Kentucky. Here, the training focuses on a safe operation of equipment. I heard earlier an individual made a statement of our skilled tradesmen and women don't know how to put pipeline on hillsides. You go down to this part of the country and do the training, I'll guarantee you that you'll see that we know we put pipe on the hillsides off cranes and winches and everything else. So I guess in closing, I listened to a lot of testimony today. Whether you're in opposition or you're for this, I do have a lot of respect for the way everybody handled himself today. It was really good, and I thank the Army Corps of Engineers and this staff to have us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
My name is Mark Mackey, M-A-R-K, M-A-C-K-E-Y. I'm a retired U.S. Marine Corps colonel with 23 years of military service under his belt. I grew up in Ashland. I returned to Ashland when I retired about 10 years ago. I also have a biology degree from Northwood College here in Ashland. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. A lot of people don't realize it, but this is a good example of our hard-won freedoms in action. I've been to many places in the world where the heavy equipment just rolls in They start digging, they do what they do, displacing people, like I've seen it with my own eyes, without concern for the people and certainly no regard for the environmental impact that they cause. Colonel and members of the panel, look, I really wish I lived in a world that did not require pipelines to transport petroleum products from point to point. The simple fact is that I do. For the foreseeable future, pipelines are the safest, most efficient way to transport these products that make our quality of life in this region possible. Enbridge has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that this pipeline reroute can be done safely and with no harmful end-state impact to the environment. 2 pipelines cross my property about 4 miles from where I'm standing, and they've been there for 71 years, if my math is correct, and they've had 0 issues. That's a pretty good track record. Enbridge has clearly demonstrated their interest in protecting sensitive environmental areas, particularly wetlands, by investing $500,000 in this region through their Eco Grant program in the last 2 years. What other private company does that? Further, Enbridge is involved and engaged in this community in a wide variety of meaningful and positive ways, particularly veterans and veteran causes in this area. Enbridge is part of this community. The time to move forward is now. Please approve Enbridge Pipeline 5 relocation project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Edith Leoso, E-I-T-H-L-E-O-S-O. I'm a former Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Bad River Band and Lake Superior Tribal Chippewa. And I'm very familiar with the project that is going forward here, or is not going forward. I'm here to add to your decision-making here today. What we see and what has been provided, and I have not looked at the full document yet, that has been finished with the, I forget what you're calling it now, some kind of CCD something. But I know what I have seen before, and that the Army Corps of Engineers is only looking at what's going under the White River, as well as another segment somewhere else. And that's it. What will happen if this is permitted is that the entire line will be constructed then, and will go forward with the entire line. But the Army Corps is only regulating those 2 small sections, or 3 small sections, or whatever that is there. The rest of this, who regulates that? Where is the regulation going to lie then? So in your decision-making, who then looks at the infrastructure of Ashland and the influx of workers that will be coming in and putting this place at risk for many different things? So also, I just wanted to add a few things too, that, you know, I'm not one for fear-mongering that has been going on here today about the loss of propane. Line 5 stops at no propane places. Thank you. And it never did. It goes straight from Superior to Sarnia, period. And if anybody wants to look at Enbridge's asset report, they can see that themselves. It doesn't stop anywhere. So that doesn't create a loss or an economic loss in the area. So they should not be raising the prices for propane around here. Also, if there is no regulation on the rest of the 44 miles around the reservation, then what happens? What happens to if they're not following the regulation that they should be, if nobody's watching them? So there's a lot to be thought of yet that is not being taken into consideration. Also, I did not see a determination for the section 106 section, and what was provided there, yes. I don't know if the, I don't know if the determination was made by the Army Corps or not, and that needs to be included in your document.
Thank you.
What's that sticker say?
No, sorry. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Rachel Penchakowski, RACHELPENCZYKOWSKI. I grew up in Madison, Wisconsin, and that's also where I attended college. I worked on a biology degree there and worked for 4 years at the Center for Limnology, a world-renowned center for the study of lakes and inland waters. This time in college included a summer spent at the UW's Trout Lake Station in Vilas County, where I contributed to federally funded long-term ecological research on fisheries and grew in my knowledge of and appreciation for aquatic ecosystems in this part of the world. I went on to obtain my PhD in biology at Georgia Tech in Atlanta, where my research focused on the complex relationships between freshwater ecosystems and the organisms that dwell in them. Now I'm a professor of ecology at Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri, and there I lead a research group focused on impacts of climate change on plant diseases. All of this to say I care deeply about environments and the impacts of human-caused stressors. As an ecologist, I spend my days collecting and analyzing environmental data and teaching my students about our ethical responsibility to design sound studies and communicate our findings accurately and transparently. I am frankly appalled by the Army Corps of Engineers' lack of due diligence to study the near-term and long-term environmental impact of this Line 5 reroute project, both for this watershed and the global climate. The full scope of potential acute and cascading environmental consequences must be assessed and made public through a full environmental impact statement. I'm also a mother of 2 small children who just started their summer break from elementary school. They care deeply about the environment and about what is fair and not fair. Line 5 and its proposed reroute are unfair. The plan is unfair to the Bad River Band, whose treaty rights would be violated by the plan. The Bad River Band already had a federal court decide in their favor against this project, and they deserve for that decision to be incorporated into the public interest and purpose and need sections of the project decision-making. The plan is also unfair to all the people and wildlife who depend on the integrity of this watershed. And continuing to invest in new infrastructure that would continue our reliance on fossil fuels is unfair to future generations all around the world who are already facing devastating consequences of climate change. So I ask you not to permit the reroute of Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jadine Sonada, Adine, Enbridge's proposal to expand Line 5 around the Bad River Reservation is wrong on many levels. At the core is their disregard for native sovereignty and tribal treaty rights, the supreme law of the land, and environmental justice. The Bad River Band has made it clear that they do not want Line 5 in their watershed, and Enbridge has blatantly ignored that request while saying repeatedly that they are respecting the tribe. There are also many Ojibwe people who reserve rights in this treaty territory, and Enbridge is threatening those by operating and trying to reroute Line 5. I'll also note that a federal judge has found the current Line 5 to be an illegal trespass since 2013 and ordered a shutdown by June 2026. This must be included in the close analysis. We've seen what Enbridge did during the construction of Line 3, and they themselves have acknowledged the risk in the work that they do. We can't expect them to act any differently in Wisconsin. Aside from the massive risk of an oil spill, construction itself could cause permanent damage. The Biden administration has the opportunity and responsibility to prevent untold damage to water, communities, wildlife, and more. State borders are colonial borders and mean nothing when it comes to how ecosystems are protected. The entire Great Lakes region is put at risk by Enbridge. The EPA sent comments to the Army Corps of Engineers where they state that Enbridge's proposal is not fit for approval and that if permitted as is could cause serious damage. Regardless of what the draft EA says, the Corps cannot know the full consequences of this project without doing a full environmental impact statement, and I urge you to pursue this. Greenhouse gas emissions projections should also be an important piece of your review. Enbridge themselves have admitted that climate change and the need to mitigate it is impacting the lifespan of their pipeline systems, reducing it to only 20 years.
They know and we know that tar sands transport is a dying industry, and it would be unwise to permit them to expand their infrastructure now, knowing that.
1 minute.
I ask you to deny these permits, and to all of the agencies listening in, it's your duty to protect communities, water, the environment, and the climate. And knowing the consequences of doing nothing, you must do everything in your power to shut down 95. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Jacob Derrigan. It's D-E-R-A-G-O-N. That's my name. My real name is McGeezy. I'm from the Eagle Clan. I live right here. I live in Bad River. We're all guaranteed a homeland from my ancestors fought for this land, and we had to give it up. And on doing that, we were guaranteed a safe homeland. And that was from the Treaty of 1854. And Enbridge and his aide lobbyists here, which I don't think is correct. I don't think they should have paid lobbyists speaking on behalf of the public when they're on their payroll. Anyways, I hunt, I fish, I gather. I have my entire life, and I have seen places that most people in this room will never see. And it's because we have a guaranteed safe home. And I can't tell you how beautiful and amazing it is to have that, and to have that with my children. I'm a father of 5. I'm a grandfather now. Very proud, and I just think everyone in this room and beyond forgets that about the 1854 treaty and what our land truly is, and that's ceded territory, and that territory is far exceeds this reroute, and the dangers of over 150 some. I don't even know how many waterways there are. There are countless rivers and streams, creeks, rivers. They all lead down, and they lead through my homeland and ours. Like, you live on this planet that this is the freshest body of water on the planet, and it's in danger every day. I was unfortunate and fortunate to be on the first dig on Bad River soil in 70 years, and it was scary as heck. I seen that pipe crumble. I see them tap it with a slag hammer, and a welder would tap slag off. And I watched their protective coating just crumble. I watched when the machines take it off of there. I watched that pipe move. They weld over the top of it. The whole process is ridiculously scary, and it needs to be removed from our lands. I don't see anything else. And the other history of Bad River is the Army Corps and the government has allowed big corporations to pollute our lands. There's well over 20 dump sites where our water isn't even drinkable. And I think it's absurd that we're even considering a fast track to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sabine Peterka, Sabine Peterka, and I'm deeply concerned by the threats Line 5 poses to our health and climate, and I'm outraged by Enbridge's blatant disregard for human rights. So I'm here today to express why I find the environmental assessment to be inadequate. I am asking the Corps to complete a full environmental impact statement that includes the daily risk of oil spills. As you have heard, Enbridge has a frightening track record when it comes to leaky pipelines. A Line 5 oil spill in the Great Lakes would threaten the drinking water of 40 million people. That is a huge risk, and it's an unnecessary one. An EA does not complete without a holistic analysis of the impact on climate and public health. How long will this pipeline operate, contaminating our water and contributing fossil fuels to a world that is already in the throes of a climate crisis, killing so many people with extreme weather? The Clean Water Chlorophyll permit can only be granted if there is not a practical, less harmful alternative. Thus, the permit should not be granted because we do not need this pipeline. In fact, shutting down the pipeline would not greatly harm the economy or significantly raise oil prices for consumers. But an oil spill would greatly harm local economies that that rely on a healthy watershed and natural resources. With this EIA, the Army Corps perpetuates the myth that this pipeline is a necessity for Wisconsin, when in reality it could be shut down, and a shutdown is the safer option for our economy, health, and environment. Finally, the Army Corps should not be releasing an EIA without a full consultation with the Bad River Band. A federal court has ordered the pipeline shut down, a decision that should be included in any discussion of Line 5's purpose, and which this draft ignores. Please do a complete EIS and do your part to build a safe future for Wisconsin by denying this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Robert Owen, spelled R-O-B-E-R-T-O-W-E-N. I oppose approval of Corps permits to relocate Line 5. Line 5 should be permanently shut down as an oil pipeline. A relocated Line 5 operated as an oil pipeline would pose an unacceptable risk of an oil spill into Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, or Lake St. Clair. The federal government has never considered these and other risks of Line 5 and EIS. The environmental impact statement requirement did not exist when the line was built. The current risk is not worth taking because Line 5 is not needed now and will be progressively less needed each year going forward. Line 5 primarily delivers oil from Western Canada to the Sarnia, Ontario area, with lesser amounts to Quebec, Toledo, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. In all of these areas, the demand for gasoline is already dropping, or soon will be, and gasoline is a major part of the output of each refinery receiving Western Canada crude oil. Most of that oil is currently going to Ontario and Quebec refineries. A sharp reduction in gasoline use in Ontario and Quebec over the next few years is a certainty. Canada is banning sales of oil-fueled personal vehicles by 2035. In a 2022 Ernst & Young survey, 46.
Sorry, I need to cut you off. Give you 3 minutes. It looks like not right. No, I'm sorry, the clock's wrong. I apologize, sir.
46% of Canadians said their next vehicle would be a zero-emission vehicle. Eastern Canada is moving rapidly to EVs. While not as dramatic as in Quebec and Ontario, the trend to EVs is also starting in Pennsylvania and Ohio. Overall, domestic use of Line 5 oil in both the U.S. and Canada will decline. Every year it will decline further. Climate change dictates pulling the plug on Line 5 now before a disaster spill, not spending an additional $1 billion on it in northern Wisconsin and the Straits of Mackinac, and continuing the unacceptable risk to the Great Lakes. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm not very good at public speaking, so I'll give this a try. I reside less than half a mile from Bad River. Having been impacted by an Army Corps of Engineers decision to hire and pass, it's important that you take the time to review the impact of your decisions. In a time period probably between 2014 and 2015, I can't remember the exact year, but the Army Corps moved water from Lake Superior down to Lake Huron for energy use for New York City. That year, we were not able to harvest wild rice. We weren't able to harvest at all that year. So those of us who look for minimize our sustainability, we weren't able to do so. But thank goodness for the resiliency of the rice fields. So 1 quart of oil can contaminate 1 million gallons of water. We cannot afford that anywhere. Nowhere in the world can we afford that. We are in the greatest of race lakes, and we cannot afford to have that kind of contamination. So I find this proposal to be environmentally racist. Why do corporations continue to target minorities and impoverished communities? It's time to ask corporations to be socially responsible. We need Enbridge to be responsible to the public, and especially to minority nations such as Bad River, Red Cliff, and those impoverished communities. As I listen to testimonies, the reoccurring theme for supporters is about their jobs and wages. Well, when we look at opposition, we're looking at people, we're looking at our generations, our next generation. there's a spill, there's no plan in Ashland County or any your county. The years is blossom, 3.5 hours a day. That's not acceptable. Enbridge earned its shareholders over $1 billion last year alone. They have the money and the engineers to find a better solution. There's renewable energies out there. The Army Corps is well aware of impacts of climate change with coastal destruction and loss of infrastructure. Why things get out? Why do we continue to appease corporate greed? We need to move to renewable energy. The technology exists, but it requires corporate social responsibility. Make them responsible.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ericschevink, D-R-I-K-S-C-H-Y-V-I-N-C-K. Say hi to the Army Corps of Engineers. I want you to take care of the citizens of the United States and the sovereign nation of Bad River and everything that's in the headwaters of this great area that we live in. Honor the 1854, 1842, and 1837 treaties when we were given this land by our great neighbors, Bad River, the Anishinaabe people. We don't have to be concerned with 1977, as a judge once cited back in 2021. 1977 Energy Access Treaty is being invoked for the first time. But the real authority here is the tribal people, the ceded land that we all live on, as European Americans and other immigrants that have moved to this country. And I just want to say that we live in a great area. On May 10th, we had a beautiful Northern Lights aurora, and just made me appreciate how great this place was. All the atrocities and small things that Enbridge has done aren't small things. They pierce aquifers, and there are other constructions in Line 3. For over 11 years, they've operated not paying the Bad River people on trespassing their land, as was found by the judge. I think we all are aware of that. And in the end, when we look at Enbridge, they just don't have the track record that we United States citizens should be permitting this permit to drill and fill in and continue building these fossil fuel infrastructure in our watersheds, in our communities, and in our planet that we live on. And while we had that Northern Lights, there was actually a spring peeper frog. She was on one side of the river. She heard the male singing out his song on the other side of the White River. She heard beep, 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 like you hear from a good frog. And she said, this is an exquisite male, one I can carry on my future with, one that we can have 7 generations of good living with, like the Anishinaabe people teach us. And she was in the water and going across, the swirling of the Northern Lights kind of affected her ability to see across the river. And when common water snakes swam up next to her, she said, I see you're trying to get across that male. I want to help you build that bridge to your future. The spring peeper female said, I don't trust you. I said, no, hop on my back. I wouldn't hurt you. I wouldn't poison you. I want to help you get to your future. And reluctantly, the female hopped on her back as she heard the male and she thought, I'm coming. The Northern Lights were swirling. Snake bit her. And she struggled for life. She said, why? You said you would protect me. You said that you wouldn't harm me. She said, why did you do this? She said, just like Enbridge, I'm a snake.
Thank you, John. Before you speak, ma'am, the person that's standing in front of the green shirt, ma'am, you're the last speaker before the break, okay? Don't line anybody else up.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Linda Aurelian, Lindaorillon. I'm an avid kayaker of Lake Superior. I breathe in the oxygen of the water with every breath I take of the cool waters of the Great Michigan. I feel the life of the water as I wet my hands to prevent chafing. I am a mother of 7, a grandmother of 9. I fear that our future generations will not experience the gift of clean water that I've enjoyed. What I'm hearing from many of the supporters of Line 5 are personal stories of how the Michaels Corporation, Enbridge, propane dealers, farmers, etc., have financially benefited from the current Line 5 project and the projected Line 5 project. I am skeptical of the truth behind many of these words of support. I am bewildered how I heard little from any supporters of Line 5, any concern to our future environment and unborn generations. We already know that the current Line 5 is not safe. We already know that it has remained illegally on the Bad River Reservation for over 10 years. I came here with an open mind, as I was not aware of why we need a line from Canada through the United States to provide fuel back to Canada. I now hear that once Line 5 is returned to Ontario, it is refined for use back in northern Wisconsin in the form of propane and other oil-based products. I have heard statistics from less than 1% of these products being used in northern Wisconsin to upwards towards 55%. I have heard that Enbridge has incredible safety precautions in place, as well as hearing of the many numerous spills that have damaged our watersheds. I am unsure why there is such a wide range of discrepancy. Somewhere in there is truth. In an age where we are moving forward with cleaner forms of energy because of unequivocal scientific studies that have proven that fossil fuels are the main cause of negative effects on climate, our water, our coastal lands, our rising seas, and many more detrimental outcomes. I am curious why we are relying on fossil fuels from a foreign country with millions of dollars being spent to build a pipeline with questionable outcomes without an independent environmental study. My children, my grandchildren, and our future generations deserve an independent environmental study with extended review instead of ramming a pipeline through that profits a few individuals at the expense of our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good time. Next speaker.
Corey McGovern, C-O-R-E-Y, M-C-G-O-V-E-R-N. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As I said, my name is Corey McGovern. I'm here representing the Wisconsin Labor Sister Council and the 500,000 skilled, dedicated members of Labor's International Union of North America, Millennium. We're here today because fighting for America's energy future is crucial to our city, our country, and for working men and women. We are advocates for Line 5 for many of the same reasons a broad array of groups here are, because our nation needs less reliance on energy from foreign regions that want to destroy our way of life. We are advocates because energy extraction technology, particularly in natural gas, helps reduce climate change and can bridge to a no or low carbon fuels. Sorry, I got a big flare here. We support the project because thousands of families, including thousands of Wyuna families in our community across the country, depend on energy work. These are not just jobs. These are not just, it's not just a pipeline. Constructing energy infrastructure is a career that can lead to a steady, reliable work and opportunities for advancement. It's a lifeline of the middle class. We believe approval of this project will benefit thousands of working men and women who rely on steady, affordable supply of fuel and transportation for their homes. Because we have the experience, skills, dedication to make sure energy work is done safely and protects communities and workers, we can help this industry continue to grow. Wyuna members have safely built pipelines since 1949. Our organization invests more than $100 million a year on skills training, including 164 hours of training alone on pipeline construction. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Marco Marquez, M-A-R-C-O, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I'm from Milwaukee, and I work with high school students from all over the state, many of whom have joined me here today to urge the Army Corps to conduct a full environmental impact statement and to ultimately deny permits for the Line 5 reroute. As I'm sure you already know, this reroute would cross 180 streams, wetlands, and water bodies, all within the Lake Superior watershed, and a spill would be disastrous, and Enbridge has a long history of oil spills. We've seen the expansion of Line 3 in Minnesota cause damage to groundwater, aquifers, and wetlands, Their work in Minnesota absolutely needs to be taken into account in a full EIS for this reroute. Enbridge wants you to think that there is no other viable option for this reroute, yet PLG Consulting released a white paper detailing how this oil could get to its final destination without using Line 5. If the Army Corps were to approve this project, it would be a signal from the federal government telling us that they don't care about the Great Lakes, they don't care about clean water, they don't care about wildlife, they don't care about native customs, traditions, or livelihoods, and they don't care about human beings. People everywhere, but young people in particular, are tired of watching local, state, and federal officials do everything they can to appease corporations that don't care one bit about anything other than money. They'll even hold a public hearing before the state permitting process has been completed, all for Enbridge, a company not even based in the United States. On behalf of young people all over the state, we are urging the Army Corps to conduct a full EIS and to deny the permits. I promise you, young people will be watching and will be present every step of the way. If you approve the permits and a spill were to happen, it'll be your fault. So don't let it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I am Abby Nevins-Galois, the Director of Healthy Climate Wisconsin. Think about someone in your life who has needed a major surgery. Now imagine that you found out that the surgeon about to treat your loved one had a terrible record. A history full of violating critical protocols that prevent infections, leaving 35 ICU patients in their wake. In some cases, they completely neglected to document the infection for over a year, so the patient struggled alone without medicines or help. That same surgeon's long list of medical errors is responsible for 2 of the most horrific deaths in surgical history, and they recently let 3 patients in Minnesota bleed out on the table without reporting it to the nurse that needed to do a transfusion. After uncovering these facts, you wouldn't want that surgeon to have a license. You would likely be questioning the medical board that authorized that surgeon to continue harming people. And you definitely wouldn't let your loved one get their care. So why would you send the Great Lakes watershed, the Bad River people, and Wisconsinites to a similar demise? Letting Enbridge, a corporation with a long history of illegal operations and oil spills, extend an over 70-year-old risky pipeline through this reroute is so clearly not a solution, it's just reckless. Those surgical numbers I mentioned, they are the reality that Enbridge leaves behind. Line 5 has spilled 35 times, releasing a total of 1.3 million gallons of toxic oil in the environment. Enbridge is responsible for the 2 of the largest inland oil spills in U.S. history. After Kalamazoo, the Michigan Department of Health reported that the spill increased neurological and respiratory symptoms, impaired immune system function, and caused reproductive problems. Oftentimes, the health impacts go unstudied because Enbridge doesn't report the spill, like in 2019 when they failed to notify the Wisconsin DNR about a pipeline spill for over a year. Then, during the construction of Line 3, Enbridge violated their permits and pierced 3 aquifers, leaking at least 280 million gallons, much of which they again failed to report, incurring a criminal charge. Their construction has also caused frackouts at 67% of waterways in which they use horizontal directional drilling. And many of the products used in that drilling are listed as proprietary, which means we don't know what chemicals potentially dangerous to human health are entering our drinking water. The water that millions of people rely on to fish, clean their hands, water their gardens, and drink. As an organization of over 800 health professionals, we know that healthcare has limited power in the face of a crisis. It is foresight that prevents an emergency and saves lives. Right now, you have the power to prevent real and irreversible harm. A full environmental impact statement would show that Line 5 is an unnecessary risk to the public and shutdown is reasonable, as evidenced by the federal court shutdown order. The assertion that the reroute will not affect the fate of Line 5 is illogical. It will cease to operate if the Army Corps declines to issue this permit. Please protect public health, tribal rights, and our climate, and do not grant it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Randall Markon, R-A-N-D-A-L-L-M-A-R-K-O-N. Line 5 crosses the property that I have owned and lived on for over 25 years. I've had the pleasure of working with representatives from Enbridge whenever they have needed to perform vegetation maintenance or pipe inspections on my property. Enbridge personnel have always been courteous, professional, and responsive to all concerns and questions that I have proposed.
Everyone here benefits from the products transported through Line 5, whether it is at the gas pump to fuel your car, petroleum products needed to build your car, to oil, natural gas, and propane to heat our homes, our schools, fuel our farms, and keep our businesses operating. Shutting down this line would cause the propane facility just west of us in Superior to stop operating, causing a shortage in this area, affecting all of us with higher fuel costs and supply shortages. It would take over 2,000 semi-trucks a day to move the amount of product that currently flows in this line. I have worked in transportation for over 30 years. Replacing Line 5 with trucks or trains is not only impossible, it would be an extremely dangerous method of attempting to replace the safest possible way to transport this fuel, and that safest method is using pipelines. Enbridge has done an exceptional job in planning this reroute to have the least impact on our environment. This plan goes beyond regulatory requirements, respecting potential impacts placed on the wetlands and watersheds that we love and enjoy for our recreation, wildlife, and clean drinking water. The reroute will bring an estimated 700 construction jobs to this area, supporting our local labor union members, our local businesses, and native-owned businesses. Line 5 is a critical piece of infrastructure to transport the essential fuels that we need and use. This line crosses my land about 100 yards from my own house. If it's not in my backyard or your backyard, it will need to be placed in someone else's yard to provide us with our fuels. We do not have the option of replacing these fuels. If we build windmills, people protest the power lines. If we try to use renewables, they protest the renewable power plants. When the time comes to replace the pipe on my land, I will welcome it. It is time to proceed with this relocation project for the benefit of our families, our labor union members, our businesses, and our future here in this beautiful area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jean Brooks, and I am JEANBROOKS, and I'm from Port Atkinson, and I'm here to sum this all up for you. I think that the main thing that I'm hearing, and I'm hearing so much good information today, but I do know that that even if the employees here are the best in the land, and Enbridge is the greatest concern for environment in the land, the fact is, we are in a climate change. And if we are in a climate change, which our government and many world governments, and which the UN tells us is actual and is upon us, and we're in the midst of the 6th mass extinction in this world, and we're having people who are homeless because of the climate in this world, and we live in unsustainable culture. So therefore, we really need to face up to it. I think we've run the gamut, and it's climate change, and we got to face it yesterday. And this is a good step toward it because we already have a big, probably a very dangerous pipeline going on through our Great Lakes. So this is a good time to shut this pipeline down and to work to improve our climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do a break here, I'd like to make the same announcement. If you are a selected speaker and you haven't spoken, make your way to this room, no matter where you are in the building. In about 15 minutes or so, when we rejoin this thing. So if you've been selected, please come to the room. Otherwise, we don't have to speak. Sir.
Thank you. Up next, we'll take a 15-minute break. We will resume at 6:15. a couple of reminders before we start the hearing again with the speakers. If you are a selected speaker and you are anywhere in the building, please come to the speakers lobby in the auditorium. You'll be lined up based on when you're ready to speak. But please come into the auditorium if you were a selected speaker. Another reminder, all attendees are welcome to quietly join or exit this room as capacity limits allow. But please respect each speaker's opportunity to comment and refrain from any disruptive behavior. Should a disruption occur, the presiding officer may pause or adjourn the hearing. Okay, first speaker may approach. Go ahead.
From you, my name is Alexis Kowski, and we work for Lyman Street Fair. Bonjour, my name is Alexis Kowski, and we work for Lyman Street today. I'm a Bad River band of Ojibwe youth, and a youth leader of a direct descendant from a long line of paramilitaries of the Bad River Band, Wisconsin. I represent national youth leaders from the Great Lakes, focusing in the Twin Ports area of Minnesota and Wisconsin water protection, NRW, and tribal treaty rights. Indigenous people are sacred along with our relationship with water. Everyone on Earth deserves clean drinking water. It shouldn't be something that anyone has to fight or protest about. Clean drinking water is a basic human right for everyone. We deserve to have safe water to live as water itself is life. Women and water are sacred. Nations of people depend upon the health and well-being of our women as sacred water carriers. Our women are targeted by the extraction industry, pipelines, man camps, and the ongoing epidemic of NYW. The poisoning of our sacred water also impacts our future generations, including me and my children. We have a responsibility to protect the land and water. We have been here and part of the land for millennia. We deserve to have a say in what happens to our land, our water, and our bodies, to save our water and to save our nations. Last summer was my very first time going racing. I can remember the way the water had flowed when the boat had moved through it, or how full the boat was after we were done. The taste of fresh rice and even some of the fish swimming in the water that Mother Earth has given us. My question is for you and everyone here else that supports this pipeline is, what happens when that water gets filled with thick black oil that will poison the rice and fish? What else we use to drink, use to grow crops, or to cleanse ourselves with? What will happen with my children, grandchildren, and the ones born after? Will you feel shame or guilt after you've heard so many voices here today? Enbridge has had such a horrible past for years with pipeline just like this one. So why let this continue? It's not a matter of how, it's when. Defend the sacred and shut down Line 5, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Tom Boswell. It's spelled B-O-S-W-E-L-L. I reside in Madison, Wisconsin, soon to relocate to Baroque. I'm very familiar with this region for various reasons. Years of camping in the Apostle Islands, a former job with the Wisconsin Wetlands Association, and a major journalism project I did during the proposed Pinocchio Mine controversy. It strikes me that there's an elephant in the room, or maybe three elephants in the room, that are not discussed as much as they should be. It should be part of any EA or EIS process. There is a climate crisis, a water crisis, and something called treaty rights, and all are linked. Tar sands pipelines are a major driver in climate chaos, and warming of our climate makes a breach in the Line 5 more likely, if not inevitable. Climate change leads to huge ecological losses that threaten the Bad River, the Cotton Sloughs, Caroline Lake, Wild Rice, and Lake Superior itself. This pipeline is almost as old as I am. In 16 years, between 2002 and 2018, Enbridge pipeline spilled 307 times, releasing 2.8 million gallons of oil and toxic fluids. A 2018 Greenpeace report noted that an Enbridge pipeline leaks or ruptures an average of every 20 days. Surely there will be more as the infrastructure deteriorates and the climate becomes more unpredictable. In its draft EA, the Army Corps asserts that shutting down Line 5 would be unreasonable. But if this were the case, a federal court would not have ordered the shutdown last year. This court order was not mentioned in the Army Corps study.
1 minute.
At one point, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer ordered the line closed, but Enbridge defied the shutdown. Whitmer said that Enbridge has imposed on the people of Michigan an unacceptable risk of a catastrophic oil spill in the Great Lakes could devastate our economy and our way of life. According to testimony at last year's trial in Madison, Line 5 accounts for just 3% of raw petroleum products in its service region. It will require two massive risky projects, the Bad River reroute at $450 million and the Mackinac Straits Tunnel at $500 million. Why jeopardize the Great Lakes, 10% of the world's fresh water, with so little oil and at such a price to the planet and its people? As Mike Wiggins of the Bad River Tribe said, this is one of those forks in the road where we need to choose healing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kylie Griffin, KYLEGRI-N. Rerouting Line 5 pipeline is not the solution. Enbridge has done enough damage to the members of the Bad River Band already. Line 5 has reportedly leaked 33 times since 1968, spilling 1.1 million gallons of oil into the environment. A reroute is not the solution. Waterways in the proposed reroute still flow into our Great Lakes and all of the water systems here in northern Wisconsin. The question today is how much damage are we allowing Enbridge to cause for a profit? 40 million people rely on the Great Lakes for drinking water, and Line 5 is nothing other than a ticking time bomb. Enbridge cannot be trusted to protect our crucial resources. We've seen it in Michigan, Minnesota, and right here in northern Wisconsin. I speak for the youth working for action for the climate emergency and our countless communities nationally that the Army Corps of Engineers must deny the permit to reroute Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Maxine, and I'm a settler on Ojibwe, Dakota, and Haudenosaunee, and have lived in the Great Lakes watershed for 24 years of my life. In fact, I grew up literally on top of Line 5 in Falmouth, Michigan, along the Cass River, and my partner also grew up on top of Line 5 in Iron Creek, Michigan. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm asking you to deny permits for Line 5 construction, to change this environmental assessment to an EIS, recognize the illegality and violations of this pipeline, and follow due process for the Clean Water Act Section 404 permitting, meaning first following the process for Section 401, including and especially meaningful consultation with the Bad River Band and Lake Superior Chippewa. We are told to legally consider corporations like Enbridge as a person, so let's do that. Enbridge is a criminal, a liar, and a thief. A criminal. In January 2021, Enbridge knowingly violated Minnesota state law by digging a trench nearly twice as deep as permitted and failed to report the consequential aquifer breach for 6 months. A liar. Enbridge contracted themselves legally to care for the environment and to minimize impacts to wetlands and waterbodies. Instead, they denied harm at 4 active places of bleeding aquifer breaches, known by state regulatory agencies only because unpaid water protectors, led by Indigenous traditional knowledge, are doing the work Enbridge is paid to do. Greed, a thief. As Dawn Goodwin told you earlier this afternoon, in a year of exceptional drought in 2021, Enbridge stole tens of millions of gallons of unpermitted groundwater, then applied for 5 billion more gallons of water without tribal consultation. A criminal, a liar, and a thief. Don't pay, rehire, and reward these violations. Do the bare minimum, heed these warnings of Enbridge's very recent behaviors in relation to pipeline construction,
1 minute.
and deny any Line 5 permits. Treat Enbridge as any U.S. federal agency would treat a criminal, with background checks and third-party research of Enbridge's claims of need, dependency, and safety of this Line 5 construction project. Please keep in mind that a pipeline can have a shut-off valve and exist as a safety measure, but it takes a trustworthy person to use it, not increasing the flow as Enbridge did in the Kalamazoo River spill in 2010. If you read my shirt, it says Indian land not for sale. Stop selling to Enbridge, stop ignoring the Bad River Band's inherent rights, treaty rights, and cultural rights to clean water. Do not grant Line 5 reroute permits and upgrade this to the necessary EIS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well said. Buju Adin, Tom Garcia, Dijnakas, Mashkazivi, and Dojaba, Megaze, and Dodam. Hello, my name is Tom Garcia. I'm a member of the Mashkiki Reservation. I'm going to circle back to the meeting of that. My family is Bald Eagle Claim. And I want to thank the speakers before me for saying, I'm in opposition to Line 5, completely. And the speakers before me that feel the same way, I thank you for your words. I'm not going to be able to speak as eloquently as you and to make those hammer home those points, but very, very well said. In this case, I'm just going to speak directly to the Corps of Engineers. I took a look at the report last night. I read it from start to finish, and I want to just give you some feedback on your report. I took a look at each section. I read each section, and the theme running through it, although this might not be your intention or had been your intention, was that this was a foregone conclusion, what the recommendation of the Corps of Engineers was going to do, and that would be to grant Enbridge a permit. And you know, I had thought about that. I reread parts of it. I reread the summary, the executive summary, and the ending of it, and that was my same conclusion. And that's obviously not what the stated purpose of this meeting or your intention, but I think that's the reality, for me at least, having read the document that you put together. That was very clear to me. And what I'd like to say about that is, once I reached that conclusion, I thought about it, the big why came up. Why would that be? Why is granting this permit a foregone conclusion from the Corps of Engineers? And I was further, I didn't have any clarity on that, and so I started thinking about it a little bit more. And it comes down to money, but then I backed off of that, and I thought about it again. What I thought that your internal conclusion was, this is a national security or critical infrastructure. That's the premise that I realized that you all are probably operating under. And I think that's completely and totally wrong. It is not a critical infrastructure for us, this community, my community. It isn't. And furthermore, beforehand, when I explained Enbridge and Line 5 to my daughter, the best, source that I could come across was an Enbridge video, which said, we have to drill in the United States because it's cost too much for us to do it in Canada. And at that point, what is the point of this? It's not going to benefit us. Mashkichi Zibi is Medicine River. The name the federal government gave our reservation is a misnomer. And that can be expanded to the entire locality of where we are right now. This is a good place. We do not need and we do not want this line. I work as a federal contractor overseas. I know a lot that are, you know, sometimes morally questionable.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, you've reached your 3 minutes.
I'm imploring you to do the right thing and really think about what I said about critical infrastructure and national security. I think that's the wrong premise to start with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buju. My name is Taylor Wayford, Taylorwhiterd. I've been with Enbridge now for 2 years, and a couple things that I'd like to say is, Line 5 is a critical piece of energy infrastructure that transports essential fuels that heat homes, schools, and businesses. It powers transportation and fuels industry in Wisconsin, the larger Midwest region, and eastern Canada. We live in a forever demanding world. There are 333 million people living in the United States. Oil is a vital part of life. We need it every day. This project will provide that crude oil and natural gas to continue to flow safely through Line 5. It'll provide life-changing opportunities for travel, members, and others. For the Line 5 Wisconsin segment relocation project, Enbridge has committed to spending $46 million with Indigenous businesses and has a goal of 10% Indigenous employment on the project. We transport 540,000 barrels per day of natural gas, liquids, and light crude oil, providing 45% of oil energy needs for 5 states. And we haven't even really talked about thousands of products made possible by manufacturers of crude oil, like plastics and essentials for everything, from phones, computers, car parts, medicines. And then lastly, I'd like to say pipelines are really the safest way to transport natural gas and crude oil, and that's a big part of why I'm actually working for this company and having a seat at this table. I just wanted to say much and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just a note, the timer on the screen is not working, so we're manually doing it here. Okay, next speaker.
All right. My name is Ron Day. I am a member of Bad River Tribe and a citizen of the town of Lincoln in Bayfield County. I speak only for myself. In order to explain my support of Line 5, I want to say that until last year, I didn't know that there were any pipelines in this area, much less on the Bad River Reservation. I was surprised to learn that there are currently 3. The history of this is typical of the times in which it was created. Tribes were not an active part of the planning or construction. It was just another brick in the name of progress. Different from our current times, yet still we struggle. Oil and its products are a permanent part of our lives today, no matter what our background or where we live. The absence of it tomorrow would be tragic and change life as we know it. And it is a huge part of our world, national, and local economies. But the local is why we're here today. Growing up here, I remember when Ashland was a large booming town, and through the years, I've seen it shrink. And the local economy today is moving towards tourism, which is a good thing, as it is a beautiful picture of nature and wonderful setting for outdoor activities and adventures. I do believe that nature and progress can coexist, and that Enbridge has the commitment, technology, and ability to operate safely. As a company, I have seen them communicate and listen to people, tribes, towns, and organizations who are affected by their operations. They are a safety-oriented company that works to prevent problems as well as correct them when they do arise. They do put in a large amount into the local economies that they work with, and I feel that is what our area needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, thank you for listening to people today. My name is Amy Barrio, AMY, BARRILLPAUX. You might notice that's a long French name. I live in Wisconsin, but I'm from Louisiana, Ashland. I'm from a place that people sometimes call Cancer Alley. And I don't love that term because I love my home. It's beautiful. It has so much to offer, great food, great people. And I know everyone here today loves where we are. They love Wisconsin. They love their home, no matter where they fall on this issue. But I'm from a place where people put their faith in oil companies in the mirage of jobs and of a better life. I will never know Louisiana before oil came. I'll never know places like Lake Superior or Bad River or Copper Falls. I'll never know a clean Gulf of Mexico. My kids will never know that. I think a lot of times we're told this is about jobs, this is about the economy. And I can say that's a false narrative. We're told it's about prices of oil, prices of natural gas. And if that's true, then I think Louisiana helped keep your gas prices a little bit lower than they would have been. And I hope you're thankful for that, because Louisiana paid an enormous price for that. And it's still paying that price. So I would encourage everybody to think about what's going to be left when oil companies have moved on. What's going to be left of the place that you love. And for the Army Corps of Engineers, I don't know what it takes to make a different kind of decision. I don't pretend to be in your shoes. I don't know what it would possibly take to turn the page on what has always been done before. But somebody needs to turn that page. We need a different future. We need to act. We are at a point where every decision like this one matters. And every moment that we do things the same is a moment that we're really going to want to have back. So thank you for your time.
Before we go to the next speaker, we'll continue with the two speakers remaining in line. That's the end of the last selection of speakers that we had. We can, if anyone else is in the room who was a selected speaker and you're maybe sitting over here or you're outside in the foyer, you can please come in and then go to see one of the core staff to line up. And then we'll continue from there. If we run out of those speakers, we may take a break and continue on after that. Okay, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Amy Brallier, AmyBrallier. And I came from Minnesota today to talk about my concern for the impact Line 5 will have on our waters, all of our waters, if it is not retired and if a reroute is allowed. I grew up in the Midwest, living in Minnesota since I was 10. My brother and sisters and I thought of ourselves as Lakers because we either lived on a lake or had a seasonal cabin on one. I now realize what a position of privilege that is, and I work to be a responsible human interacting with our Mother Earth, her inhabitants, and her waters. I work to see and experience these beings as relatives to be loved and cared for, instead of merely resources to be used and enjoyed. I stand here to warn you of the devastation Enbridge leaves when they're done shoving their pipeline through lands and waters, because we in Minnesota are still dealing with what happened since 2021 when Line 393 was constructed and had many failures. This destruction is well documented by a group of volunteer multicultural community scientists called Wadukuwad Amikwa. That's WADOOKAWAD space AMIKWAG, meaning those who help beavers in Ojibwe, those who help beaver in Ojibwe. Please visit their website, wadukuwadamikwa.org. They note that Enbridge punctured confined aquifers, and if you haven't heard enough today, an aquifer is a geological formation that can store and provide water all along the Line 393 pipeline route, unnaturally releasing thousands of gallons of groundwater to the surface. Wadukuwad Amikwa found 40 plus problem areas whereas regulatory agencies in Minnesota state that there are 4. This discrepancy is one reason why I continue to work against Enbridge. Also of note on this website are the site surveys which were submitted, and we still wait for a response from Minnesota regulators. Deny Enbridge's permit applications relating to Line 5. Please conduct a full federal environmental impact statement on all pipelines within the Army Corps of Engineers control. Extend the amount of time for which comments will be received. May Wisconsin and the Army Corps learn and benefit from learning about the ongoing destruction we are continuing to find, and that is documented as happening in Minnesota. I support our Indigenous relatives who have stewarded this land for thousands of years as they care for Earth and all beings living here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
My name is Joe Nathan, that's my first name, J-O apostrophe N-A-T-H-A-N, Kingfisher, like the bird, K-I-N-G-F-I-S-H-E-R. Sie wissen, das ist eine Kasse, wie ich genieße, Ihnen dort Agmakaki, Hey, so my dad's mom's the Stoontz family from Stoontz Road. People often say Stunts, though it's named for my dad's mom's dad, Albert Conrad Stoontz, who surveyed the county reservations. And my dad's dad is one of the brown guys signing the treaty, Keystone Sharpenstone. So I grew up in Olivet, just 7 miles away from Marshall, Michigan, of the spill site. I was there that night. I saw the spill site. I heard it on the radio. I jumped in the car. I drove over there. 3.5 miles over there, halfway, I hit a surge wall wave of wildlife. Everything that could escape was on the run. I got to town, it's completely gassed out. Everybody's run away or hiding in their house getting gassed out. I get to the site, there's a cop car, the cop said, do you live here? I say, yes I do, I can run here from my house. He said, no, you own a house on this road. No, I don't. Get out of here, we're gonna arrest you. I need to see what's going on. If you look at it, we'll arrest you. Okay, well, I left her sitting in toxic fumes, sucking it up. There was a slow repair crew. I was told by the TIPO officer here that the crew to fix it was 17 hours here. I could have gotten there a lot faster. I heard they turned it off, turned it on, turned it off. Couldn't believe that they couldn't have profit. Turned it off, turned it on, turned it off. Then the crew finally got there. There was a whistleblower, a U.S. service veteran. Okay, first of all, Enbridge is paying themselves, their own company, cleanup company, to scam on the cleanup. He blew the whistle. They demonized, villainized the U.S. service veteran all of a sudden. Okay, local statements, they called it a pipe bomb in Marshall. And they had a war mentality. If somebody has something we want, we'll drop a bomb on it and take it. Enbridge dropped a bomb on them and took it.
1 minute, sir.
Imagine your favorite places, and since I grew up drinking the water, I can't ever taste the water there again. 10 years later, my mom still can't drink it. This was a war on this was for fossil fuels, World War II. We haven't paid for the fossil fuels of World War II. Enbridge threatens eminent domain on my neighbor because his kid talks bad about Enbridge at college. This is rape culture, literally and metaphorically. This is could have been resolved 20 years ago. Instead, corrupt Florida that's going to island nation. If they don't go underwater, performed a judicial coup. We didn't deal with it 20 years ago. We got 20 years of unholy religious war for fossil fuel. We can't even burn without killing ourselves. So get a job that doesn't hurt people or places. You don't want that death coming out on you because that's what you're pumping is death.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Chris Plansky, C-H-R-I-S-P-L-A-N-S-K-Y. I live here in Ashland. I drink this water. I eat the fish from the lake. I've shared wild rice from Bad River. So I've got skin in this game. I oppose this pipeline. So I'd like you to deny the permits and do a full environmental impact statement. Enbridge's record on safety is horrendous. They don't do maintenance they say they're going to do. They make a lot of promises. They spend a lot of money around the community, supporting our 5Ks and things like that. That's wonderful. But when it comes to safety, they're not there. I've seen pictures, from Bad River Reservation, from their pipeline, and they are not taking care of it. They have track record of, puncturing aquifers, spills all over the place. All that needs to be taken into consideration with this project. The other thing is, you know, we have a lot of people here talking about jobs and investing in our, you know, energy infrastructure. This is investing in the past. We need to invest in our future. I'm sure you guys are doing the environmental impact statements or the assessments of what to do with our military bases that are sitting on the shorelines right now that are slowly sinking as the ocean level rise. We shouldn't be investing in the extraction industry right now. We should be taking that money, investing it in sustainable, you know, sustainable resources to power our environment, or to power our future, and not the extractive industries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Devin Young-Perry, DEVON-YOUNGCUPERY. I am a community organizer and filmmaker based in Minneapolis, and I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Science. I grew up in Milwaukee near the shores of Lake Michigan and have a deep love for the Great Lakes. Shade operates Line 5, risks catastrophic oil spills in 3 Great Lakes, threatening the drinking water source for 40 million people. I urge the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Biden administration to deny permits for the reroute and decommission Line 5 as soon as possible. The current draft is insufficient and must be upgraded to a full environmental impact statement. This draft fails to mention last year's important federal court ruling that Enbridge has been illegally trespassing on the Bad River Reservation since 2013. This decision must be included. A decade ago, I worked as a producer of the documentary Wisconsin's Mighty Standoff about a conflict over the proposed open pit mine in the Pinocchio Hills. I got to know members of the Bad River Band and local residents, and I witnessed the love and tenacity of the people here who successfully fought off that dangerous project. I had the opportunity to go out onto the Bad River Band's vast wild rice wetlands on Lake Superior, which was deeply impactful for me. This wetlands, the Kakakin and Bad River Sloughs, is at the heart of the band's cultural practices and sacred stories and holds the only major coastal wild rice bed remaining on the Great Lakes. It's an internationally recognized, outstanding ecosystem that provides habitat for numerous fish, including walleye, sturgeon, and trout. These fish are economically and culturally vital to the Bad River Band and Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. Both the current and proposed routes threaten irreparable damage to this ecosystem in Lake Superior. Despite the strong opposition of the band, the Enbridge reroute would cut through all the major tributaries of this wetland, including more than 100 rivers and streams.
1 minute.
In March 2022, the US EPA sounded the alarm about the reroute in a letter to the Corps stating that it may result in substantial and unacceptable adverse impacts to the Kakakin and Bad River Sloughs. And this record shows they can't be trusted to follow laws. In Minnesota, Enbridge violated numerous permits and illegally released hundreds of millions of gallons of Minnesota's groundwater during Line 3 construction. Enbridge wants to use the same failed drilling method that caused fragouts at 63% of HDD crossings in Minnesota under 26 rivers and streams that flow into the band's rice beds and Lake Superior. This is extremely troubling to me. Both aquifer breaches and fragouts are foreseeable and must be considered in the Corps' evaluation. In conclusion, I urge you to deny the permits and decommission Line 5.
Thank you. 1 moment before we start the next speaker. Okay, next speaker.
My name is Amy Stevenson. My last name is spelled S-Y-U, Victor, E-R-S-O-N. I'm a resident of Ashland and lived for 24 years in California, so I'm privileged to raise my children here. I don't have something quite as eloquent as some of our other speakers here today. That really echoed a lot of what I have to say. So despite the fact that I wrote some things down, I'm just going to talk off the cuff. You know, I'm old enough to remember Voyager 1, taking that picture of the pale blue dot, as Carl Sagan called it, and that stunning perspective that we got about our place in the planet and on the world. And I've asked you, as you're looking at this permit, to think about that, to think about what's really important. And that is a perspective that I have been honored to have reinforced by moving here with the Ashland people, my neighbors in Bad River and Red Cliff, share that and have been protecting this place for me to come and live here with my children and for all of us in the world's 10% of the world's fresh water. Enbridge is responsible to its shareholders. It is not responsible to the people who live here. It is not responsible to the people who they hire. They are responsible only to their shareholders. They're propping up an extractive industry that is a dying industry. We've known for a long time that humans have an impact on the climate, and if you're looking for real security, it's in the water that we have. So I still have time. So I will just save my time for people who prepared and spoke eloquently on this before, but please deny that permit to Enbridge.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Mark Graul, Graul, and I help to manage the Wisconsin Jobs and Energy Coalition, which is a diverse coalition of Wisconsin organizations working together to ensure safe, reliable, affordable energy while creating jobs and economic growth here in our state. Our coalition includes groups representing small businesses, labor unions, farmers, and forest and paper products industry, just to name a few. We believe that critical energy delivery infrastructure, like Enbridge Line 5, is vital to our state's success. That is why the Wisconsin Jobs and Energy Coalition asks you to approve the necessary permits to allow the Line 5 relocation project to move forward. We rely on the energy transported via Line 5 to run our businesses, power our vehicles, and heat our homes. And the important role, unique role that Line 5 plays in propane is one of the things that has really galvanized our coalition. I own a cabin in nearby Vilas County, and that's heated with propane. I don't know what we would do in the winters if we didn't have access to that propane supply, or if the propane supply was so lowered because of Line 5 being shut down that the price would increase so greatly. It's really important to point out that Plains Midstream, which is one of the main propane suppliers in the upper Midwest, has said they're going to close their Superior facility right here in Wisconsin if Line 5 is shut down. We know that Line 5, the relocation of Line 5 outside the Bad River Reservation will ensure continued access to that energy, while at the same time generate more than 700 unique construction jobs in Wisconsin and inject $135 million into our state's economy. This will give a needed boost to job growth here in northern Wisconsin during these difficult and uncertain economic times.
1 minute.
Speaking of Wisconsin, it's important to point out that Enbridge has hired Michael's Pipeline, a Wisconsin-based union labor company, to be the mainline contractor for this project. Enbridge is also pledging that more than 10% of its total budget, $46 million, will be spent specifically with native-owned businesses, including the training and hiring of tribal members to work on the project. The draft document in front of you today notes the least environmentally damaging practical alternative is the one the applicants have proposed. Over 4 years of analysis have gone into where we are today. I request that you quickly move forward with the final decision so this critical energy conduit can continue to operate as we all rely on it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Paige Benish, P-A-I-G-E-V-E-N-I-S-H. And as the Army Corps of Engineers, you are affiliated with the Army, so your main concern has to do with national security. I've heard a lot of people today talk about national infrastructure and it being nationally critical, but I want to pose the threat that in a world of climate change where we're actively losing water resources such as the Colorado River, aquifers for various reasons, but mainly drought, the Great Lakes stand as our final reservation and our mass reservation of fresh water. We rely on 95% of our water in the entire country on the Great Lakes. And this pipeline alone threatens 60% of that. A bad actor or one wrong slip can jeopardize not only us surrounding all of the Great Lakes, but the entire country. While there may be some validities and the temporary jobs that this poses,
The huge national security threat, this pipeline running through the Great Lakes and pumping millions of gallons of oil a day, threatens all of us and the entire country. This is not just a local problem. This is a national problem that threatens all of us. In addition, Enbridge often cites themselves on how safe they are. They cite themselves and that the spills are manageable and that they aren't that big and they aren't really a problem. When it comes to outside sources, they are paid by Enbridge and contracted by Enbridge. Enbridge has a long record of spills, huge oil spills, and trespassing. And yet, we are trusting them with our greatest natural resource. This, I don't know. I quite don't really know what to say besides, like, your decision today. You get to decide how much hell the young and the next generation gets to live through. I hope you don't condemn us to too much of it. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Alexa Creedy, ALEXAPRIEDE. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today on this issue. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because many people have spoken today and they have spoken pretty well. I'm asking you to delay the permit process in order to consult with the impacted tribes like the Bad River Band, and before moving forward with a full environmental impact statement and a longer public comment period, and ultimately to reject permits for Enbridge's Line 5 reroute. I'd like you to consider not only the stakeholders that have money in Enbridge's company, but the real stakeholders who are on the frontline communities who could lose everything given if there is a disaster in this area. They're the real stakeholders, that's their subsistence lifestyle that is actually at stake. I'm not going to go on and on about that. I would like to thank you again just for listening, and please reject the permits for Line 5. Should I go? Thank you.
Okay, we are approaching the next break, so I will turn it over to Colonel Swenson.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break and resume at 7:10 for our last session.
throughout this session and you have not gone to the speaker well to speak, please do so now and you can get lined up to speak. After we go through those speakers, anyone else who would like to speak, we ask that you please go to the registration desk in the lobby to sign up to speak. You may then head into the speaker lobby to get in line, but keep in mind the hearing will still conclude at 8 p.m. Okay. Next
Hello.
speaker.
My name is Christine Davis, Christine with a CH, Christine CHRSTIN, Davis, DIVAS. Thank you very much for your service and for being here tonight. I want to talk about a few things. First of all, the need for an all-of-the-above energy strategy. Also want to talk a little bit about specifically Enbridge's safety, and then close with my comments about moving this process forward, acknowledging the fact that there are 30 more days in the public comment period, so people can provide comments and whatnot. So going backwards a little bit, I have been born and raised in Wisconsin. I attended the University of Wisconsin at Madison. True blood, Bad River to foreign people who know me know that. My dad built a career with temporary construction jobs. My grandfather landed at Normandy 80 years ago, so then 80 years of this. So when I talk about the all-of-the-above energy, right now we have just a huge demand for electricity. And we just don't have enough renewable projects in the pipeline right now to take care of all those energy needs. If you look at streaming, all the data centers that are going on, renewables are being built quickly, but not quick enough. We need to still have an all-above strategy that includes projects like the reroute project, because we do need the products that go through that line. There was talk about all the transportation uses, and I won't go back into that, but I'll add some others. Medical. If you think about what happened with COVID, all the products that are derivative from petroleum products that are used for our masks, our test kits, the cures, and all that stuff, all that came from petroleum. So that's just one industry, and there are many other industries that are also derivative of petroleum products. Thus, the all-of-the-above policy is needed. Next, getting into renewables again. Enbridge is in the renewable business with 23 wind farms, 14 solar facilities, one of which was very close to where my daughter went to school at the University of Colorado State University, and that was a project with Xcel Energy, which provides electricity here in Wisconsin. The spill record talked about one child, and the other child went to school at the University of Western Michigan in Kalamazoo. So I firsthand have seen the cleanup effort, and I do know that Enbridge is responsible for spills. And that is incredibly important because of the water quality issues that have been talked about here. They're responsible for cleanup and for the cost. That was a perfect day in Enbridge's history, and since then, that company has changed all its policies as far as safety and the requirements that they provide in contractors, how they handle incidents, the responses, everything. And since then, if you look at their record in the last 5 years, it's 99.999, 5 years in a row back, and going on back since 2010. If you look at their safety record, it's dramatically different. So again, in close, thank you for your service. Thank you for this comment period. I know we have 30 days left. So for those people that weren't able to be here today, there is plenty of time to look at the record, to see how thorough it is, to know that it's complete, and that this process needs to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Chartier, spelled ANNECHARTIER. I live in Ashland. I'm a retired Spanish teacher. I have lived in this area. I thank you for this opportunity to express my opposition to the relocation of Line 5. Undoubtedly, petroleum products are important to us, and they have played an important role in our lives and our progress. Petroleum saved the whales, or there wouldn't be any left, because that's what we were burning before. I don't know that I have anything new to add. I just want to make sure that my voice in opposition for this relocation be heard by you who have the power, the authority to say yes or no. And I think you ought to say no, because the time has come to stop extracting oil from the ground that is putting carbon into the atmosphere and causing climate change that's destroying so many of our coastlines and causing havoc throughout the world. Instead, money needs to be invested in renewable energy. I understand that Enbridge invests in renewable energy, and I'm very pleased to hear that because I have absolutely nothing against any of the Enbridge workers. It's just that it's a system designed to profit. Enbridge is about making money. I just wish they would invest in renewables and not build a new pipeline around Bad River, still in the watershed. The Kakakan Sloughs, as has been mentioned, has some of the best wild rice in the world. Thank you. And I would like to bring forth another, or a analogy, and that is, we know that you are responsible for making sure that any project is done responsibly with consideration for the environment. But keeping the oil system alive is like keeping a sick patient alive beyond its time. It's time to put the oil industry to rest and certainly not build a new pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michelle Johnson, MICHELLE JOHNSON. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today and spending your time here in Ashland. I'm a lifetime Wisconsin resident from northern Wisconsin. I live on the shores of that big, beautiful lake out there. I eat fish from that lake every week, and I'm also an Enbridge employee. A couple things I want to talk about for this, for our project here. We have had a very thorough assessment with respect to cultural resource impacts, potential water quality impacts, and groundwater interactions, as well as erosion and sediment risks associated with the project. Our project design also reflects a mindful plan to mitigate and minimize impacts on wetlands, water bodies, threatened and endangered species habitat, archaeological and cultural resources, and any other areas that might impact the health and vitality of the forests and fields in this area. It's also important to note that our approach goes beyond regulatory requirements and considerations with respect to the burdens or potential impacts placed on wetlands and watersheds within the construction footprint. We have detailed assessments and have plans in place for the conversion of selected forest wetland habitats to emergent habitats, as well as maintaining overall wetland functions and values, and the mitigation for both temporary and permanent wetland impacts. We look forward to the final environmental assessment and the permits so that we can together protect the environment during construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sherry Couture, SHER, I am a stakeholder in the 1850 province of the Chippewa Treaty. I know I have mentioned I'm not briefly earlier. If you approve this today, you are sending me to war. Because that is my obligation of the 1854 country of the 1837 and the 1842. Again, I ask, how can you continue with this permit if you allow others to do the horizontal drilling this year? There's a reason why we have cost so much damage in Minnesota, fresh waters. Our land is still making 6 gallons every 6 minutes, but Enbridge's line food. Who will pick up the place this time? Last time on line 3, you didn't think that the United States of America would allow a foreign LLC company to break international laws. But a foreign company cannot pay another foreign company to police its own people. Neither can an LLC. Who's going to pay for that? And furthermore, if we approve this permit, again, we might be taking on the Bad Reservation, but now you're just going to be in the city territory. And that is one of the treaties that I have the right to defend, as does the Army Corps of Engineers. Your first obligation is to the indigenous people of these lands. and the treaty that you signed to become the nation, the country that lives within over 727 indigenous. So do you willing to send me to one too? Okay. Or you just want to or you take article number 6. Who will pay for the policy? And again, knowing that the horizontal drilling is the problem, how can we continue permits and why we introduce this careless behavior? The Great Lakes is 10% of the world's largest supply of fresh water, 95% of the precious surface water. As an 1854 treaty, then I have to defend that. That is what you will send me to do, to war again. Thank you. Please deny this program.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Monroe, M-O-N-R-O-E-K-N-A-H-E. As I was young, I was taught to always remember that actions speak louder than words. I've continuously seen my climate around me change since I've lived in Wisconsin my entire life. The snowy seasons have brought in harder snowfalls, and I can't remember a day last year after snowfall where I didn't have a snow day at school. Line 5 will admit, sorry, I don't have a script. I have Beth speaking. Sorry. We need to shut down line 5. People at my school, which has over 2,000 people, all agree with me. I can't say unanimously, but I have so many club members in my team that encourage me to come out here today and speak to you, regardless of my fears. I urge you so strongly to shut down line 5. My future career as an environmental engineer relies on this. I need you to shut down this pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment before we go to the next speaker. All right, next speaker.
Bonjour. Yes, I know this is the second time that I have gotten up and spoke, and I have offered this lady to speak before me, and she was
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but we cannot have speakers speak multiple times.
There has been.
I know there was one before, but
Yep.
we cannot.
And I can let those who haven't spoke speak before me, but if the time is allotted, I think that I should be able to allow to speak again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Good evening, my name is Cynthia Sounds, C-Y-N-T-H-I-A-S-A-M-E-L-S. I grew up overseas, daughter of my grandfather. I have lived all over New York City, San Francisco, Minneapolis. My grandparents and great-grandparents are from Duluth, were from Duluth. I now live in the cabin my father bought for them after my grandparents retired. I'm in Iron River, Wisconsin, about 20 miles west of here. I moved up here permanently about 11 years ago. I moved up here with no family. They're on the East and West Coast. I don't have any kids. I have my fur babies, my dog and cat. I am no longer married. I'm by myself. No one understands why I continue to live up here. And my reasoning is that I have a connection with these waters. I have a connection with these waters that I can't put into words with you. It's spiritual, much like the indigenous traditions, their cultural, their way of life. I envy that kind of relationship that you have with fire, with water, with the ground, with the skies, with Mother Nature. Mother Nature is my guide. Mother Nature doesn't play politics. Up here, Mother Nature does what she wants. Last year, we had 20 feet of snow. This year, we have 5. I'm not sure. The waters up here are all connected. They're all connected. The risk to one tiny body of water will affect so many more. Lake Superior, to me, is a goddess. There would be no reason for me to live up here should anything happen to her. Your mission is to deliver vital engineering solutions in collaboration with our partners to secure our nation, energize our economy, and reduce disaster risks. You must reduce disaster risks by doing an environmental impact study, which will lead you to conclude that this line needs to be shut down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Gordon Cunningham, Gordon Cunningham. Thanks for listening to this testimony. And I usually start off when I start talking about Enbridge with kind of a diatribe about them being a lawless, rogue, foreign entity with their own militia that has a horrible reputation for both disasters that they've created and clean up and being irresponsible, lying to the public, etc. My mom told me that if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. So I'll skip all that and go straight to how wonderful the testimony of youth has been today, and how I think that that's the biggest consideration that you should make towards the decisions you come to concerning this pipeline. The youth are the people most impacted by good and bad decisions from now on. I've had a great life on a planet that I didn't realize was going to have a problem within my lifetime, and only in the last couple of decades been starting to realize that we're in deep trouble. And all the youth has explained the science to you, their heartfelt concerns about their future, the environmental aspect of having a pipeline that pumps millions of gallons of toxic waste that will be burned as fossil fuels. And there's been testimony today about how this is a necessary pipeline, as all pipelines are, which is just absolutely not the case. Youth is the most heavily impacted group in this testifying today, and they have the most stake in the future of the decisions that you make. And so I think that that's the most thing that you should consider. Thanks a lot.
Next speaker.
Bonjour, it's Bandish Nakaz Nimigizi Dodem, Mashkizibi and Rujba, and Ishnabe Kwenda. So my name is Essie Leoso Corbin, E-S-I-E. Last name Leoso Corbin, L-E-O-S-O hyphen Corbin, C-O-R-E-I-N-E. I think I took a minute saying it. I wanted to say, I said earlier my language, which is the natural language of this land. And that I've heard a lot of people introduce themselves or how long they grew up in Wisconsin. I just wanted to say to the Army Corps that I'm the 7th generation of Anishinaabe in this part of the world. And we still continue to speak the natural language of this land. And so I'm grateful for that. I also wanted to let you know that I oppose the reroute of Line 5 for obvious reasons, as you are sitting there with your bottles of water. And many of us are old enough to know that we used to be able to just drink water out of the tap. We didn't have to go buy the water. We also know that that the other reason that I oppose it as well is I heard a lot from the people in the green t-shirts about economic opportunities and a lot about jobs. And this isn't about economic opportunities for us. It only perpetuates economic disparities for people in this part of the world. It's designed that way. It's designed to overlook us. We know that already. History speaks for itself, right? We know that because we are survivors of that system. We have been surviving since our first contact of the early days of settlers, and we continue to survive. I also oppose the reroute because I oppose it because of the issue, not because I don't support jobs. I do believe in jobs.
1 minute.
And so, 1 minute? Okay. I want to talk about the climate change, so I'm going to skip down here. And I want to talk about it because I was a part of one of the main workers at Bad River as the Social Family Service Director of the flood of 2016. I sat on the task force during that time of the flood, and nobody from Enbridge came to those meetings or even called and worried about that pipe when the flood came and took out all of Bad River. We were disconnected from the world. The highway was shut down because of the flood. And no one ever came from Enbridge or even called to check on that pipe. Nobody. As a matter of fact, nobody even came to help us. Who came to help us? Other tribes came to help us. That's who came to help us. How I know this is because I was in charge of all of the supplies for the people that were stranded in Bad River because you couldn't move back or forth. So that's what I know what will happen if a spill happens. Who will help us? Who will help us?
Thank you.
Miigwech.
Okay, so we've reached the end of the queued speakers who haven't had a chance to speak yet. So again, I'll reiterate, if anyone was a selected speaker and you have not gone in line to speak, please get in line over here on this side of the room to the speakers queue. After those speakers have had a chance to speak, anyone else who would like to speak, again, please go to the registration desk in the lobby to sign up. You may then head into the speaker's lobby and get in line. And the hearing will conclude at 8 o'clock. For those speakers who have already spoken, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you additional time to speak in fairness to the other speakers at the hearing. But you are encouraged to submit written comments.
Which other speakers?
In fairness to the
Can we
speakers.
just let them talk? You don't have to record it, you don't have to stop it for rest.
We've had multiple sessions, and there were speakers early in the day who probably would have liked to speak additional
Well,
times
but
as
right
well.
now, it's 7:35, we have 25 more minutes, sir.
I know.
Where's the honor?
In fairness to everyone else in the hearing, we need to only allow.
So I don't know if you're afraid of like the exhibits that I will be, from Waterbodies. There are exhibits that we had a drone flyover. And Enbridge, this is exactly what they don't want you to see. Wadukawad Amikwab, go to the website, please. YouTube. Or YouTube, so this is everything that they did. Exhibit A, this is gonna be Exhibit A. As you can see, where they did
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Listen, they said it's honor system. No one else is trying to go.
You can take a recess. We want to hear what these ladies have to say. How about we take a vote?
Thank you.
I wanna hear what they have to say.
And who wants to hear what they have to say?
Many images show both the natural springs and the Enbridge springs. See that where we have the natural springs and the Enbridge springs. So this is where they broke through the aquifer and is thermal image proof that Enbridge hasn't fixed it. This is what they do. This is their MO. So this we have Wadukawada McQuill. We have a beaver. That's why we named it that. Look at this. There's a beaver living on the line. And you can see his little, it's thermal. You can see his little house. He made this. He made this landscape for him to protect us, to protect our water. And they are killing us. Genocide. I don't know if y'all can see that. Exhibit B. This one shows exactly where the beaver is, the lodge, and then it shows the Enbridge aquifer breach. It's so close to his lodge. You can see his little family huddled up in his house. So thank you to Honor the Earth, Red Lake, Rise Coalition, for being able to put up the money to do this, because this is what needs to be done prior to. This is what needs to be done prior to. Who is going to protect the beaver? Who's going to protect you? You know, really, I wanted to have a ceremony first, because if you have my life in your hands, I should really be having a ceremony. I should be lighting my sage. I should be talking to Creator. That's what I should be doing. So thank you for listening.
We are running a public hearing.
Yes.
Giving public feedback. We are listening to your voice.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Process where we give every person who's selected 3 minutes to provide their feedback.
Yeah.
We encourage everyone to submit unlimited comments via email or regular mail, and we treat all comments, whether written or verbally delivered, with the same weight. We do have an additional speaker that signed up, and I'd like to provide that individual with an opportunity to share their 3 minutes of comments. Thank you.
This one, you can see the plume in the river, where the water is, the hot water, the cold water is being introduced into the river. Whoever's up next.
Please step aside. Thank you.
I just want you to accept these as exhibits. I numbered them all.
Thank you.
So I also have some water and some wild rice as exhibits. And like I said, we really should be having a ceremony, because if you have my life in your hands, I need to talk to Creator. We need to talk to Creator.
We have another speaker who would like to share their 3 minutes in this public hearing. Thank you.
Regardless, she'll still get to you.
Okay, next speaker, please. Go ahead.
I want to start that I agree with everything that those ladies had to share before me, and I appreciate them having their voices heard. I'm just going to read off a few dates and occurrences. Alex. On March 1st, the Smokehouse wildfire in Texas killed 2 as it became the largest wildfire in Texas history, the 2nd largest in U.S. history. On April 4th, in Zimbabwe declared a national disaster over drought while schools in the Philippines closed amongst an extreme heat wave. On April 11th, ocean heat records were set every day for the past 365 days. Flooding in Kazakhstan and Russia displaced 11,000 people. Over 100 people were killed across floods in Pakistan and Afghanistan. On May 8th, 90 plus people were dead from flooding in Brazil. On May 9th, hundreds dead and 100,000 displaced across East Africa. May was the 12th consecutive month to break heat records in the history that since we started taking records. On May 28th, 2,000 dead from a landslide in India. And May 31st, 24 deaths from a heat wave in Southeast Asia. This is a warning.
spoken who would like to speak? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Waters. I live here in Ashland, Wisconsin. And I'm sweaty, I'm dirty, I'm exhausted. I could have stayed home. The reason I'm here is because this is really important. Enbridge Line 5 crosses the land where I farm. It's been there since they put it in, about 70 years ago. They're not easy people to deal with. They're not straightforward. They're not in a hurry to take care of the people who their company's decisions affect once they have what they want, which is to push their line through, wherever that is, doesn't matter. They've got what they want, and they're gonna do whatever they want, however they want. This is a chance to stop that. So why am I filthy and tired? I'm a farmer. I know full well that things don't always go as planned. Sometimes things go really badly. So you might have experience with that too. What we can do is we can look at what might go terribly wrong and what we can't afford to go wrong and prevent it. Put the brakes on before we're in an emergency. We can't afford to have Lake Superior or Lake Huron filled with the contents of Pipeline 5. I know right now we're talking about the reroute going around Bad River. Thank you. But we're going back to, so we're talking about preventing things that could go very wrong. The other thing is, what is the weakest link in the system? We got Pipeline 5, aged about 70 years. Even if they manage to bully their way through and around Bad River, it doesn't matter because they're still going right through the Straits of Mackinac. An incredibly foolish attempt. I mean, what couldn't go wrong with putting a pipeline through the most turbulent part of the Great Lakes system at a point where several Great Lakes meet? What could not go wrong? So I think this is a really good time to think about what we can prevent from happening, because once the cat's out of the bag, it's not going back in.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Kathy Smith, and I live in Bayfield. I didn't prepare anything. A little emotional after that last presentation, but I feel like I need to say something. I start to say, I don't support the Line 5. I think we need to shut it off. I think we need to think of future generations, not just the immediate future. The jobs will not last a long time. We need to think much longer than that. Our view needs to be out as our Anishinaabe people believe in the 7 generations. We need to also look forward. I'm also here because I'm also tired. I'm a teacher in Bayfield School, and that's the last week of the school year. It's not an easy time, it's very busy, but it's really important to be here. So I just felt like my voice needs to be recorded as against the law.
Thank you. Do we have spoken who would like to speak?
Is it like, you have to go register, is it open now?
It's open if you have not spoken.
I have not spoken.
Okay, yeah, please go over to the speaker lobby and, you may speak.
Doesn't he have to register first?
I asked him this.
Okay, first I'd like to thank the Army Corps for taking time to at least put something out there. I wish it wasn't so rushed to review it. I would like to thank Bad River Reservation for raising awareness of how important water is. And, I mean, I value water. I come from the, a little further south in the Great Sands where we have problems with contaminating the water table with nitrates in that, and you can kind of know what's going on to mitigate that. But I was looking through your plan, and one thing that concerned me was the section that dealt with the aquifers. And you had our soil borings and the procedure, which I'll get to that in a bit. But I'm just concerned mainly because of what happened with line 3 and the problems they had with contaminating it in this horizontal drilling system where they're using, they use like, there was no data on the chemicals that they used, but they put water in to help bore a hole. And when you go down, if there's enough soil above the water table, that's good and well. If you get with weaker soils that want to collapse on the hole, they put water down there to keep it open. But the problem is, in this reroute, there's a lot of spots where the water table is very high. And you had some borings, and I was trying to go through all the logs last night. And you have like safety factors, like, oh yeah, it's stamped on the engineer in Oklahoma, PE. I don't know how it works for this, but if we do a project in Oklahoma, we need to be licensed. Oh, you know, Wisconsin PE wouldn't cut it. So, and I didn't see enough data in his methodology, but he had like factors of safety, where they did borings, and they saw how deep down the water was, and they took data on the soil, and they sort of safety factor 2, safety factor 2, and then there was like an area where safety factor 0, and in the plan you said you'd use mechanical means to drill a hole, which they didn't have any data on what that was going to be. And 1 minute, okay. And like I understand you're kind of limited. You only have jurisdiction for the whatever that section is. There's one river you can look at. But if we're looking at the route and going through the whole thing, and almost every river it crossed, I got it was late last night, I was trying to read this. Like there's 18 rivers that I counted, there's more, and they're all factor 0, 0, 0. But you don't have any oversight over that, as far as I understand the way it's set up. And so I just didn't feel there was enough data on that. And I didn't even look at all the other appendices. I mean, I'm glad you put that out there, but I wouldn't, I'd want more assurances that we're not gonna, you know, because I could speak in a related issue, like with farms, if nitrates get into well water, like we're gonna monitor our well to make sure nitrates don't get too high. I don't know what this chemical is, or what it will do, or the amount of time, what it impacts, so I would plead with you to get more data before you make your decision on how safe it is to actually drill a hole to put pipeline in place.
Thank you.
And thank you for
Do you mind stating your name for the court?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to do that. Okay. Steve Cecil, C-E-C-I-L is the last name. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me speak.
Do we have any other speakers who have not spoken who would like to speak?
I will go ahead and speak. They cut my microphone, so it's a good thing I have a loud voice. It's very important. That is why I'm asking for this extra 3 minutes. This is important. This is life or death. I want you to think about genocide. What's the definition, I will tell you.
Ma'am, can you hold on 1 second?
Yeah.
Thank you. We were supposed to complete this here in about 8 minutes at 8 o'clock. We're gonna adjourn 8 minutes early.
That's incredibly rude. That's incredibly rude.
Provided there's no one
Is it
left waiting
intentional
to provide
destruction of people
there's their comments. Again, just to remind everyone, this
in
is a
whole
public
or in part?
hearing that we were trying to
Enbridge
be
is not a
equitable and
community
fair to
member?
give everyone 3 minutes
20
to
miles
provide
from
their
here is a
verbal
beautiful
comments.
historic
And
site
any additional comments
that
they'd like
looks
to
out
provide,
over the
we'll
whole
take those in
valley.
writing.
Beautiful. I don't understand why Wisconsin would allow the destruction of this beautiful state. You know, I live in Minnesota, it's the most beautiful state, I thought, until I came to Wisconsin to visit.
And now
tour.
concluding the second session of
And
the
it's
board's
beautiful.
public hearing on Enbridge's permit request.
There's a fact that the federal court order is not mentioned not one time in the BCDB. It's not concerning. It's a glaring omission. And I wanted to bring one thing to the forefront. There is no data about how they are gonna blast through the bedrock here. There's no data. How are they gonna blast through this bedrock? And what is that gonna cost? The study is very inadequate. You do not look at the long-term destruction that you're posing, that's put Bad River at risk. You haven't looked at it, so that's why you don't want me to talk. You do not want my voice to be heard. Like I said, Enbridge came through Minnesota in its complete destruction. Water coming up all over. So there will be hydrologic disturbances that are irreparable, never be the same. So they're putting that at risk. And I just want to end with that word genocide. And I would like you all to take a few minutes for our relatives in Gaza, to think of them. We have gone through genocide. We are still going through genocide, and that is happening to the people in Gaza. Thank you. Be good.
Since there's a couple minutes left, is there going to be an environmental impact statement done? The people have asked for that. This appears very much to me as a fast track. You're doing the same thing that they did in West Virginia with the Mountain Valley Pipeline. And shame on all of you. And shame on the government of this state for being silent. This is clearly a fast track. Shame on you. This is unsustainable. A war in an extraction economy is unsustainable. And I am tired of seeing these young kids scared shitless for their future. They don't have one. They don't see it. This is just a formality here. You can check the box that you had a public hearing. Are you happy with yourself? Shame on you. Do you have any shame? I don't think so. I truly don't think so. Look at these tents. Look at these tents. We were not designed by the Creator to see what we're seeing happening to not only this planet, but to the people in Gaza. What the hell are we doing? Who are we? What have we become? I don't know where I live anymore. I'm 71 years old. I want to die. I'm going to be one of those that sets themselves on fire in front of the White House. Bank on it. Look at my face.
speak to